Hello everyone. Hi Combat. I hope you're doing well. It's Sunday. I'm standing once again. I might have to raise this a little bit actually. Just a little. There we go. I hope everyone is doing good. You're playing more Paranormasight. Maybe even finishing it today, which I'm hoping for, really. My left ear is a little bit plugged, but that's okay. It'll probably fix itself over time. I hope. It's a little bit weird because I hear my voice sometimes echoing in my left ear, which I don't like. It's weird. But let's see. Where's the game? There it is. There is the game. So last time we went into the darkness here. The new character, Mayu Chizawa. She's kind of stuck in a room and she needs she has a fax machine in there, but no one to reach. So I want to go over here. Actually, I should unmute. Dickus, congrats on being first. I hope you're doing well. So we're going to the Shigima residence, who is the only person who I remember having a fax machine. Let me look at this. It can send images to other places along telephone network, fax machine. The number for our home is 63 blah blah blah. Is everything okay? I'm fine, there's just something I wanted to check. Is that so? Okay. Okay. Resume. So now that we know the number, can we just use this? There. It happened again. The number for a fax machine just popped into my head. Must be weird. Like, because I'm just feeding her information and she's like, where the heck is this information coming from? I shouldn't have this information. Like, you suddenly have the number of a fax machine that you've never heard of before. Like, that's an impossibility, really, but there's no way all this information is coming from my own brain. Could someone be sending me their thoughts? Never mind, I have to focus. Let's get this message sent. The superpower, I know all the numbers for the fax machines. Well, no, we just know one. And one is enough for her to leave the room. Or at least... maybe? I don't know. She's gonna basically send a help message and be like, I'm stuck in a room, please help. I need to tell them where I am. Tell them everything I know about this place. They should be able to figure out where it is. I know I'm in a building owned by Hihaku, a factory or a warehouse. As for the address, it should be close to... oh shit. Onji Bridge. That one. That's right, my curse echo is the beckoning light. That means this place must be near the Hoonji Bridge. Time to send it. Nice. I'm smart. So smart. I think this is how you do it? Alright. If the fax machine I sent it to is connected, it should be sent. Now I wait. Please, somebody. But yeah, she's stuck in this room, right? She was basically brought here by this company, Hihaku Soaps, put on this chair and fed a truth serum, or injected, I don't know how it works. They wanted to know information. And then she woke up on the floor not knowing who she was for a bit. Yeah. It's interesting. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on in this. I do wonder what this one is about. Because this one is still not lit up. Oh yeah, from Namika. Okay, yeah. I want to know what happens here. Because we decided not to go with Namikaki. Because he's a creep. This guy, I don't trust him at all. Didn't mean to eavesdrop, but something he said caught my attention. I'm Namikaki, I should probably tell you. Until yesterday I was a curse bearer, that should clear things up. And then they're like, what the fuck, you were a curse bearer? Don't need to be scared, I already gave up my curse stone. But we also know that he murdered someone with said curse stone, so you know. Even though he doesn't have it, we also know that he was in the driver's seat when he hit someone with his car, or her friend, who died and is currently in her body possessing her, or at least slightly possessing. I don't know, she's not being like controlled or anything, she just has some of her memories and stuff. Now he didn't do it on purpose, so that's something. But he did kind of keep it from everyone because the girl who was next to him told him not to tell anyone. Which is not a good reason not to tell anyone, by the way. And he's like, oh no, the girl told me not to do it. It's like, yeah, but that's still not... That doesn't absolve you of everything, you know? Yeah, we're talking about Michio. Yeah, so Michio is the girl that died, right? And he wants to talk about that. So we can go to the school first, which is what I did, right? Or we can talk to him right now. If you go to the school first, which is what I did first, because at school is like the meeting point right now. We are working with some detectives and stuff. So I went back to school, talked to the detectives, and the detective came with me to the bridge. Which I was like, that's much safer to do, right? But if you talk to him right now, what happens? Right? Because then no one is with you. I have no clue. So we go with them. This is the alternate timeline. Ryogoku Bridge. What did you want to discuss with us? How do I put this? To tell you straight. I want you two to use your curse stones to bring Michio Shiraishi back from the dead. Okay. Because that, I mean, he did say that was his plan. Like, he was basically having hit her with his car. He was constantly being haunted. Not in the, like, actual ghost way, but more like he couldn't forget, right? Which is fair. Like, you killed someone, right? Even if it's an accident, it's gonna haunt you. Like, you're gonna be like, oh my god, why did I do that, right? And he couldn't live with himself. So he decided, what if I get these curse stones, right? There's this rite of resurrection, and apparently if I get a curse stone, I can fill it with soul drags and perform the rite of resurrection to bring her back, right? But he needs to kill more people to get those soul drags. So he would be, instead of having an accidental murder, right? Accidental killing, you would have, like, actually murdered people for a purpose, only to bring one person back that he accidentally killed. It's like, okay, but then you just trade like one. Like, how is that better? I just don't get that train of thought. But I guess he is kind of insane. Unfortunately, I had to give up my curse stone before I could see. Yeah, but you two are the curse bearers with some kind of connection to her. He does just want to ask. I still don't understand why you would want this. What exactly is your relationship with Michio? We met briefly once. I was so sad to hear the news of her death the other day. Okay, so he does lie about that. Well, it would be great if we could bring Michio back. We already decided not to use the rite of resurrection. That's so. Seems however we share a goal. I wouldn't mind collecting the soul dregs for you. Oh my god. This guy. We'll have to decline on that as well. Our goal is to stop this curse. I see. Well, that's too bad. Oh, where's she going? Thank you for your understanding. Yako? Where did you go? I thought he was a little suspicious, but he left without making a fuss. Why does he want to bring Michio back? Yako? Uh-oh. Did you go off somewhere while we were talking? Oh no. Where did she go? What? Oh. Finally caught up to you. Don't know if you noticed me following you or not. Oh my god. Leading me to a secluded place, you've got guts. She's gonna murder him, I feel like. I'm sorry, but I'll be taking your curse stone. Either you hand it over or I'll have to take it by force. Turn around. What? Yeah, she has changed her hair to be... So... She changed her hair so that she looks like the girl he killed. Amazing. She's here again, I don't understand. Wait, it was just an accident. I swear I didn't mean to. That's why I was trying to bring you back. And he's probably dead. I feel like you're already too late. Oh, okay. Yay, credits. I mean, that's one of the endings. After this, Michika Najima went on to use the power of his curse to commit mass murder, shocking the public with the unprecedented tragedy. Yes, it's basically bad end, right? From that day on, Yako Sakazaki was never heard from again. Oof. It's ending one. Michio's grudge. Yeah, that's what happens. The other one is much better, where we basically get the same idea, except he gives us a little bit more information. She took her over? Yeah, I think so. Because in this one, you have backup from the police and then you go back to school and deal with Michio being in Yako's body, basically. You actually perform like an exorcism. Well, not like a forceful one, but more like a you need to pass on type thing, right? So this is basically like, this is her being taken over. This is her, like, Michio passing on and Yako being able to live her own life again. And the guy doesn't die in this one either, so... Even though he's an asshole and he kind of not deserves it, but he's, you know, it's not good. Okay, let's do this. Having regained control of herself, Yako rejoins Mio on the search for the record of Fate's Yin scroll so they can stop the curse. It's 4 p.m. I know we're supposed to be finding that record of Fate's Yin scroll thing, but I'm sure it would be nice if we had more of a lead to work with. Right now our only option is to try and trace the bloodline of that Onryoji, same on Tsuchimikado to today. But he's not a legitimate descendant of his family, so the library doesn't have anything about it. And since we've got nothing so far, we find ourselves here. Morigasui Street with the Hyaku Soaps building. So remember that the woman that was kidnapped by Hyaku Soaps? This is their main office building. The chairwoman is kind of insane. She's obsessed with like eternal life and beauty. So basically she wants the right of resurrection so that she can live forever or something like that. I don't know. She wants eternal youth and everything. There were a bunch of police cars speeding by here earlier. I wonder if something happens. Must be. I've seen a few police officers and they look like they were on edge. Could Inspector Tsutsumi have let that Najima escape and everyone's scrambling to find him? Yeah, that's exactly what happened. After all the effort we put into gathering information, that would be unfortunate. That would be very unfortunate. And it did happen. And he took a hostage, which happens to be... So, Najima is a murderer. He, 2 decades ago, did a bunch of murders, right? He did those murders to bring his wife back, or girlfriend, I guess. They weren't actually married. And while it apparently worked, he brought her back as a baby. And he didn't like that, of course. And he was like, this is not the person I was with, she's not the same, it's a baby. And he basically just neglected the baby, right? After that. Please find him, get him in jail for murder, find the baby, and they just assume like, might be his kid, might be someone, might be a baby he found or whatever, right? They don't know where the baby came from. But the baby is still, or the person who the baby was, is still around somewhere. Because they took care of it, basically. They put it up for adoption or something. And then this girl is the daughter of the detective, Tsutsumi, who he doesn't talk too much. And Najima kidnapped her now. Or took her hostage, rather. It's a crazy story. There's a lot going on. There's an evil soap company. There's murderers running around. There's ghosts, spirits. So this is the Haku Soap's headquarters. With thinking that one of the high-ranking people here is most likely the mastermind. Chairwoman Yamamori, was it? Wait, our chairwoman high-ranking isn't the most important person at the company the president? I'm not sure, but she's definitely an important person. Even if we're able to meet with her, what do we want to talk with her about? We can't just waltz in there and ask her if she knows about the yin scroll out of nowhere. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, as they say. Oh, is that your working style, Mio? Well, whenever I find myself out of options, I usually just jump right into the thick of it. Now if you're scared, I don't mind going in by myself. I love Mio, by the way. Mio's great. Scared as if. Think of me as your trusty bodyguard. I don't mind going big and taking a chance. Oh yeah, there's the Yakko I know. Shall we? Yeah, let's go inside. I'm sure this is fine. Excuse us. Oh. They just get sent out? Okay. Looks like we're out of luck. Who knew you needed an appointment months in advance to meet a chairwoman? Turns out she's super duper important. Even the receptionist gave us the cold shoulder after realizing we're just students. Maybe our private secretary would hear us out, but they seem to be out at the moment. In that case... Barging in suddenly didn't work out. At this point, there might be nothing more we can do. Okay. I guess... we go back to the story chart. Is there something else I can do here? Okay, Cake, hello, good morning. I'm doing well. Oh yeah, some good stat stickers. Not so good for Pokecake, sadly. But yeah, I'm doing good. It's a nice Sunday so far. Planning to order pizza later, which is going to be great. I don't know what to do, so we're trying to get an appointment with the chairwoman. Can we do anything here? Because we sent the fax message. Can we leave? Will someone come and save me? Oh wait, maybe if I go here. Do we get a fax? Lay! Thank you so much.
Poggy's Bryony lurk.
I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good lurk. Ring ring. Oh, the phone's... Be my guess, you wouldn't want to keep him waiting. Thank you, I shouldn't be long. Hello, Shikima residence. Oh, it wasn't the phone. What's wrong? Nothing. It was just the fax machine. I'm still not quite used to it. Oh, this is a fax machine? Amazing. So this is how they look. This is incredible. Goodbye to snail mail, am I right? This is the future. I didn't think it would excite you so much. Oh, something came out. Is it finished? I could watch this thing all day. Huh? What's this? It looks like it was written in pen, but... What's it say? What's it say? It says, help, I'm trapped in a Hihaku soap's warehouse or factory near Hoonji Bridge. Oh, Hihaku? Why would somebody send me such a message? Am I being pranked? No, this is too fishy to be a coincidence. I wouldn't put it past Hihaku to have someone locked up if it's got anything to do with procuring the right. We should check it out. Hopefully we don't find anything too sinister. It's a wild fax to get, I know, right? It's out of nowhere. Unlocked the Twilight Forest yesterday, modded Minecraft. Ooh, nice. Good luck with exploring that. Should be great. After looking around, I determined the abandoned factory is indeed Hihaku's. An abandoned factory near the Hoonji Bridge. Everything lines up. So the person who faxed us for help is in there? Let's find out. If there's nothing, we should wrap up fast. But isn't the place locked? Don't underestimate me, ma'am. I can make short work of a simple little lock like this. Oh my, you truly are something else. Please be careful then. Yeah, Richter is a hero. We did it! Oh my god. Okay. So those are done. Manhunt. What do I do with this? Oh, he's used his curse. He's got to be blowing smoke for us. I believe he's not. What's his game here? So there's Ayame. But if I look at Ayame, then he's like, "Oh, hi," and then goes. Oh, he's just mad. It's real bad. Get out of here. Blah. And then when the human sees her. Been looking for you for a very long time. Creep. What a creep. Yeah, I don't know about this. Because I don't think it changes much. I don't think I have a like option there. The only option I know that might change something is having the gun pointed at him. Nice 7-stream streak as well, then. Congrats. Let's skip. Oh no, wait, okay, wait. This is too far back. Too far back. From Komogata Bridge. Blah, blah. Not a chance. So now we keep the gun pointed at him. So there's the curse. I'm just gonna keep going and see if anything different happens here. Okay, we're just talking about everything, about his curse and everything. That he tried to resurrect his wife and it worked, but she came back as a baby. God, it's so much text, that one. I'm through with black magic because it kind of screwed him over. The longer you keep me here, the more people die. Oh shit. Oh shit, what did you... Wait. Slit your shirt, throat, you little shit. What? Stay back, I'll shoot. Bam. Wait, stop, don't actually shoot, you idiot. See around, dumb fuck. Shit, he jumped. He jumped off the bridge. Okay. Well, that went slightly differently. Execute all bureaus. Suspect evaded officers has come back at the bridge and fled. Currently remains at large. The time at which he threatened to carry out his attack is approaching. In response, we will call in reinforcements and widen the search perimeter beyond the Sunda River. Oh, Jun, it's not your fault, okay? Boss. Boss, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If only I hadn't lost my nerve and opened fire. Enough, I told you already, it's on me. I should have told you to lower your weapon. Thinking that chasing him to the river would corner him was also a miscalculation. Sure, it's possible that right now he's sleeping with the fishes at the bottom of the river. But somehow I doubt things would be that easy. You think he really can kill hundreds of people? Who knows? Him saying he's already used this curse turned out to be a bluff. Hard to believe he could heal hundreds at once, even with a curse stone, but... all we can do is pray that he was lying. Does this bad end too? The condition for Najima's curse stone, the one-sided breeze, was only later discovered. Kills by dismembered one whose face, address, name, age, occupation, and location are all known by the curse bearer. Oh, that's... so it's sunset that day. Out of 632 students enrolled at Kamagata High School, the 377 who were at home each had one arm and leg severed one by one in the order they appeared in the school register. Oh my god. That's... This man. What the actual fuck? He's like, I can just go through the school register and just be like, you're dead, and you're dead, and you're dead, and you're dead. It's like a reverse Death Note, kind of. Like, the names are already written down and he just has to read the info. And that's all. That's all he needs. Having no known cause, this atrocity terrified the public, resulting in widespread panic. Yeah, that would, yeah. If like 400 people suddenly just have been dismembered with no cause, like no actual like person there who could have done it or anything, they're just like whoop, falling apart. It's like, what the heck? Before long, fear and speculation plunged society into total chaos and misinformation about the curses began to spread. A series of unrelated incidents broke out, unleashing pandemonium beyond all control. While it's uncertain whether Fumichika and Najima intended things to go this far, Tatsuya Tsutsumi's daughter, Ayami Tono, was also killed by Najima's curse shortly after. Tatsuya Tsutsumi, unable to bear the heavy responsibility of the people's blame, quit the police force and fled from the public eye. At the very least, Najima's goal of driving Tsutsumi to ruin could not have been more thoroughly achieved. The curtains close. On Najima's reminiscence. Well, that's... so if you let him keep the gun, that's what happens. Yeah, okay. Not a good result. I feel like it's better that he escapes and just has one person as a hostage instead of, you know, escaping and murdering 400 people. Like, one hostage is okay, you know. At that point, like, you know, okay, I can see. I don't like him having a hostage, but I prefer that over 400 dead people. Hi Samit, I hope you're doing good. But Najima went on to use his enormous hoard of Shouldrags for remains unclear. But according to later reports, Najima devoted himself to his master, a woman called Lady Ashino. Lady Ashino. So wait, but so that's basically the resurrected version of the person he knew, right? I assume. Okay, can we do this now? Because I found the ending of everything so far. So this must be the only loose end. Done nothing so far. I wonder if something happened. Chairwoman Yamamori. Can we meet with her? Okay. Anything else? Oh wait, maybe we can talk. Has Mia been doing stuff like this all by herself until now? It's so dangerous and there are so many unknowns. Must be tough for her. No wonder it'd be hard to make friends. Hmm? Something the matter? Well, let's go for it. I'm sure we'll be fine. I mean, we've managed to get this far. Hey Mio, you know... Yeah? You might not look it, but you've got a bold side. A little reckless even. Huh? You think? I suppose. Things not going to plan is just a part of life in this world. No, I mean it. I think it's a good thing. I'm the same way. I feel like we get along well together. Maybe that's one reason why. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Oh, Mio, what about that one guy? The one Inspector Tatsumi checked with. I forgot his name. Alright, apparently he never heard from Nakagoshi. Not that we have a way of contacting him directly anyway. We just have to leave a message with the Paranormal Affairs Bureau's messenger and hope it reaches him. He's always the one who contacts me, and even then it's only instructions. Well, I guess we're in a tight spot then. Okay. We won't get anywhere just waiting around. Okay, let's do this again. Does anything different happen? Nope. Did we just get sent out again? In that case... Wait. Is waiting for a secretary the only thing we can do? Maybe? Wait, what else can I do? Oh. Huh? What is it? That person is coming this way. Oh, there he is. Oh, so I just had to look at the surroundings again. Well... Oh well, sometimes it happens, you know. I didn't exhaust all the options. Want that tall guy? Do you know him? Yeah, from a little while back. Mr. Yumioka. Mr. Yumioka, over here. Hmm? Oh. You're Gamyota's manager, Mr. Yumioka, yes? Good to see you again. Miss Kurosuzu. What a coincidence running into you here. Gamyoto? Yumioka? The music is not... It's a little bit tense, you know? It's like he's a little too nervous for just running into an acquaintance. You know him, Mio? Yeah, from a job a while back. Which, okay. All we get, huh? He's been trying to avoid eye contact with Mio since he noticed it was her. Something's fishy. Wait, what? Why does he not like Mio? Or is he... Is he not... I don't know. How have things been since we last met? If she just stays with her training, she won't have to rely on cheating people anymore. Yes, she's been keeping at it. Cheating people? What? Are we talking about the chairwoman? What's going on? Miss Korsuzu, so glad to see you're doing well. I assure you we've had no issues you need to concern yourself with. You gotta tell me what happened. A case from a while back. A family overseeing a reliquary came to us saying they were being investigated by someone suspicious. Investigated? A psychic named Suigen Gamyodo suddenly showed up. She said that she had a premonition that something terrible would happen and had to exorcise the temple immediately. Sounds like a cover for a burglary. After they notified the police, I was dispatched there by Paranormal Affairs. I inspected the place myself, but didn't see anything wrong, so I sent them away. He acted as Gamyodo's manager during the case. That's pretty suspicious. That is very suspicious. Is Gamyodo just an alias for the chairwoman? Maybe? Apparently she was looking for something there, but I told her that's no excuse for fraud and sent her off with a scolding. And honestly, Gamyodo didn't even have much spirit sense to speak of, which soured my mood on the whole thing. Right, so she was one of those types then. Well, she's involved in all kinds of stuff, so she may at least be knowledgeable about paranormal objects. But essentially, she's one of those fraudulent psychics that are so common nowadays. If you have no further business with me, then I'll be on my... Oh, before you go, Gamyodo seemed to know a lot about paranormal objects. It would be a huge help if you could ask her about something. And what might that be? Is she familiar with an ancient text called the Record of Fate's Yen Scroll? Or anything about the descendants of an onmyoji named Seiman Tsuchimikado? I beg your pardon? Miss Korsuzu, how do you... So you do know about it. I see. If that's what you're after, then that means... Oh no. Hold it. Don't tell me you're trying to snatch up some innocent schoolgirls this time. Stop right there. Huh? There we go. She's here to save us. If it isn't Yumioka, what a pleasure to see you again. Mayu Chizawa, what are you doing here? Huh? Chizawa? This investigator here helped me out. He really did a number on me. What do you know? We just so happen to have some business with Hiyaku ourselves. Why don't you join us? You can do that much for us, can't you? You work for Hiyaku after all. Depending on how this conversation goes, I won't have to get the police involved. Huh? You work for Hiyaku? Miu didn't even know that it was all a cover. Oh my god. What's going on? There's really no way you can refuse though, is there? You two young ladies must be involved as well. Would you care to join us? Oh, sure. It's almost the entire gang. Not quite. We're missing the detectives. Quite the view, isn't it? How long can you play dumb with this many people lined up and wanting answers from you? You'd better just give in and come clean with everything you know. Ugh. Oh my god, so many people. Wow, seeing a bunch of adults surround another adult like this is pretty wild. She was only introduced as the investigator's client. She's cool. Feels like we wouldn't stand a chance against a full-grown woman like her. I mean, at least we don't have any fire-starting equipment on us, because if so, she could murder us. So that's good to know, right? Mio is amazing too, keeping a cool all the time like this. She must be used to dealing with adults by now. We were introduced briefly earlier, but this flashy-looking guy is a private investigator. Thought they were only like that in TV shows, but I guess they're pretty intense in real life too. So Mayu also has a curse stone, and hers kills other people with their own curses, which is interesting. It's like a know you type thing. I actually like that one a lot. She's Mayu Chizawa, the fiancée of Hajime Yoshimi, the police officer. I'll have to talk to her about Hitomi later. Would be handy. Yeah, it is. Excuse me, are you new to all this too? Oh, I guess I'm kind of just tagging along. Me too. Let's make sure not to get in the way, shall we? Right. Excuse me, I had no idea that Gamyoto was connected with Hiyaku. So I'd just like to ask. Was it Miss Yamamori from Hiyaku who obtained the Record of Fates and passed it on to Araishi? No, that was not the case. Oh, my mistake. Was it Suidan Gamyoto's doing then? No, it was not. We first learned of the Record of Fates from Mr. Araishi. It was then that Miss Yamamori gained an interest and extended the contract to compensate him in return for his research and findings. Then, who was it who activated the Feast of Shadows to call forth the Curse of the Seven Mysteries? I give you my word that we had no part in that. We had learned from Araishi beforehand that something would happen at midnight last night, that is all. Hey, there's no way that's true, stop lying. I must ask that you please refrain from violence. Hold on, Yako, it's alright. The minute I learned that Gamyoto was none other than the Queen of Hiyaku herself, I felt that was the case. She doesn't have strong enough spirit sense for it. Oh, gotcha. Well, it is somewhat shameful. If you require proof, then so be it. What, so the talk about supernatural powers was just hot air? I don't think she has zero spirit sense, but even Yako here is more than her. I do? Also, the spirit power lingering in this park has been bothering me for quite some time. The person who died here must have had considerably powerful spirit sense. If they were a Hihaku employee, then maybe they should have been the one running things. My, to think Shogo Ikie was so talented. At any rate, Hihaku wasn't the mastermind behind exposing the Record of Fates to the world and initiating the Feast of Shadows. I think we can be sure about that. Okay, so it wasn't Hihaku. Is it an Uno card? Sadly not. All of the curse stones are just little, what's it called? Like little figurines. So these are like sandals, right? Or not, they're not sandals, they're called something specific, but you know what I mean. This is a lantern, obviously. The beckoning light is the one, which is just, I mean, a lamp. It's just a little lamp thing. Kills by means of the curse they possess one who has become a curse bearer. So the nice thing about this one, it can't kill anyone. Like, if people don't have a curse, it can't hurt them at all. It's like the least harmful of the curses, in a way, right? Because it's very specifically only curse bearers that it can hurt. And only by their own curses. Some of them are really bad. Like the Whispering Canal kills by drowning one who leaves the curse bearer behind. As in, someone just walks away from you, dead. Like, that's how that works. It's really bad. Like, as soon as you like turn your back to someone, if they have this, they can kill you. it's you know, it's pretty bad, that one. Fool's Procession. Kills by fatal fall one who hears its music for 30 seconds without seeing the curse bearer. So, very, in a way, limited, but also just like, as long as you can hear, like, let the music play and be hidden somewhere, people will be like, where's that music coming from? As long as they don't investigate specifically where it is, they will die in 30 seconds, right? And how would you know that the music is gonna kill you? Right? Beckoning Light. Oh, that's the one we just talked about. The Haunting Clappers. Kills by burning one who is in possession of fire or a fire starting device. Have a lighter on you, she can just kill you. Right then and there. Have a torch, a lantern, anything that contains fire, dead. It's... Some of them are very broad. Kills by hanging one who tries to mislead the curse bearer with false statements. Lie detector, basically. So the cool thing about this one is that you don't have to use the actual curse to figure out that someone is lying to you, right? It basically, you feel that someone lied to you instantly. So you can just use it as a lie detector and not kill anyone, which is cool too. Very useful. And this is the one the detective has, which I think is really good for a detective, right? The detective can be like, wait, but you're lying to me. Then the Food Washing Mansion. Kills by crushing one who hears the command, wash. So, literally, you just say wash to them, you can kill them. Very non-specific. Like, it's basically you can kill anyone. Like, this is just a like, oh, okay. You know, I could just kill you. It's a very, very rough one, this one. Like, how do you stop that? Luckily we already have this one in our possession. At least the detective does. One-sided read, we do know, kind of, after what happened in the last one, right? The ending, that they need all the information about people. So as long as he doesn't have full information, he can't do anything. But it's still a really bad one. And this one, kills by disembowelment one who finds himself trapped in the darkness of the curse echo. So it just basically surrounds someone in darkness. And as long as they stay in the darkness for long enough and don't like get out, you're gonna die. So the curses are pretty bad overall. Luckily, during the day, they don't work. Which is why we're doing a lot of this during the day. It's still 4 PM or something. As soon as it becomes dusk, the curses activate again. And then shit is gonna hit the fan real quick, I feel like. So we're trying to solve all this before that happens. Anyway. Alright. Let's talk to you. Now then, I've come to hand over the Haunting Clapper's curse stone like I promised. A curse stone? Thank you. I have to admit, I'm surprised that you're a man of your word. But first, I've got some questions about the curse stones you already have. What exactly do you want to know? Earlier you said that Hiyaku have collected 6 curse stones already. 6? I'd like to confirm which of the 7 mysteries they correspond to. And why do you need to know that? Because I don't trust, of course. If you really collected them like you said, you'd have no problem saying which curse stones they are, right? Yeah, because them saying like, oh yeah, we have 6 of them. 6 out of 9, mind you. And we know that the detective has 4 by himself. Now, math, it can be difficult, but I'm pretty sure that 6 plus 4 is already 10, not 9. Right? Plus, that doesn't include the woman's curse stone and Yako's curse stone. So they're just lying. Straight up. But we know that. You really collected them like you said, you know it should be no problem. First, the Whispering Canal. Now that one I can believe. But I'm not sure if they even do that one. Good, good. What else? Mayu Chozawa over there has the beckoning lights. Rue. Yeah, you were the one who made sure I got it. What? Unfortunately for you, I don't feel like handing it over. So I don't think it counts as one of yours. Good to know. Anyway, do continue. Next, there's the ever-burning lantern, which we gave to Hideki Araishi. Okay, so they don't have them anymore. Basically, he's saying like, oh yeah, we had 6. Because Hideki Araishi does not have the ever-burning lantern anymore, my dude. Like, we took it from him. So you consider that one of Hyaku's then. Whatever, we'll worry about that later. That's 3. What about the others? Well, the others are the Food Washing Mansion and the Evergreen Beach. Those are lies. 100% lies. Food Washing Mansion, I don't remember who had that one. We actually can check here. That was Namigaki's, right? You know the creepy guy who murdered a girl with a car? So the detective has that one. Ever-burning lantern, detective. Evergreen Beach, detective. Fool's Procession, detective. Right? Oh no, Yako has given it to the detective, sorry. So Mayu and Harue, both of which are here right now, are the only ones right now that we know the detective does not have. The ones I did read, Najima has. Though, Najima died. So, someone else took it. I actually forgot about that for a bit, that Najima died in this timeline. Because I just went to the other one, right? And then he lived. But no, when he takes the hostage, when he takes... where is she? Oh yeah, Mitono. When he takes her hostage, he goes to the park and is found there, dead. And she was nowhere to be found. So, it's likely that she has one of the other cursed stones. Either the Whispering Canal or the Tyke of Tsugaru. And I think it's the Tyke of Tsugaru. It makes sense. It lines up. Both because where she lives is where the Tyke of Tsugaru, the mystery, is from. And because we don't know what it does. We know that the Whispering Canal kills by drowning. And his cause of death for Najima was being punched, what, 113 times or something like that? Like blunt force trauma with 100 and something different marks on all over his body. So he was beat up real bad. And I'm pretty sure that Ayame Tono did not just escape and beat him up real bad by herself, you know? She might be strong, but I don't think that's what she would have done. I would say that she was assisted by a curse, most likely, right? Really hope she did, that's true. If she actually just escaped his grasp and beat him up, that would be hilarious. But it's unlikely. What? And lastly, the Fool's Procession, if I recall. The Fool's Procession... Oh my god. This guy is just lying through his teeth. So you claim. How about it, mademoiselle? That's wrong. Those three are with Inspector Tsutsumi. I gave the Fool's Procession to him myself, so I know he's wrong. There you have it. Too bad for you, pal. If our agreement was founded on lies, then I have no duty to hand over my curse stone like I'd promised. He doesn't even have a curse stone, mind you. Meaning the only curse stone you have is the Whispering Canal. And it inevitably follows that you used it to kill that young man at Kinshibori Park. Such a horrible act, and to your own employee, no less. No, there you are mistaken. To be entirely frank with you, we do not possess a single curse stone. There we go. There's the truth. He's like, we have 6. Actually, sorry, I lied. We have no curse stones. We don't have any of them, my dude. It's a bit of a stretch, you know, going from 6 out of 9 to none. Like, if he was gonna lie, at least say like, oh, we have 2, right? Why would he go for 6? Well, like, why would he do that? It's so easily proven wrong. At least with 2, there can be like, well, I don't know everyone who has one, right? But with 6, you can be like, well, I know this person has one, I know this person has one, and this person. So I really doubt that you have all 6 after that, right? It's such a stupid lie. We plan to collect soul dregs using any method available to us, of course, as we needed to write. But committing murder ourselves was too much of a risk. We intended on having others collect the soul dregs for us. Of course. Like everyone else, apparently. Therefore, I have myself no soul dregs in my possession. It was our plan to arrange for particularly greedy individuals to receive the curses. What? Is it possible Shogo Kie came to possess the Whispering Canal because of that? But by the time I became aware of this, he was already dead. I don't believe you. Are you really trying to talk your way out of this now? Or do you really want me to believe a Hyaku employee was cursed by complete coincidence? That is the truth, whether you believe me or not. It must have been someone else entirely who took Shogo Kie's stone and killed him. I have no idea whatsoever whose hand the Whispering Canal is in now, nor where it may be. How could it really be? Then it wasn't the Hyaku who put the idea in Fumichika Nejima's head to get a curse stone either. Nejima. The only ones we've negotiated with are Iwai and Araishi. Wait, you negotiated with Iwai? But Iwai is dead. Doesn't mean you don't know the location of the remaining curse stones either. There's one that hasn't been mentioned. What about the Taiko of Tsugaru? Taiko of Tsugaru. Ah, good question, my mysterious mademoiselle. I'm afraid we have no information in that regard either. Have you heard enough about the curse stones? I have nothing else to tell you. And you know about the Record of Fate's Yin Scroll too, don't you? If you were researching the Rite of Resurrection in the Record of Fates, then you must have looked into the Yin Scroll as well. That's right. The Record of Fates alone wasn't enough to learn how to collect soul dregs. I'm sure you looked into many things on your own, but how much do you actually know? Who and where Seiman Tsuchimikado's descendants are? Were you able to find that sort of information with Gamyoto's connections? I can't reveal that. Of course not. Who and where... Okay. Can't reveal that, never mind. Just to repeat. Excuse me, Mr. Investigator. What is it, mademoiselle? Would you be willing to give up the curse stone you have? Ah, yes, you have a point. They're too dangerous to carelessly walk around with in one's pocket. However, sorry to disappoint you, that's not possible at the moment. And why is that? Ah, you don't know, do you? Then I'll tell both you and your friend from Hyaku over there. I doubt any of you have attempted it yet, but it seems that curse stones cannot be given to normal people. What? Huh? What? I actually tested it with the madame here earlier. Even if you give the curse stone to someone else, the curse bearer doesn't change, and the stone eventually makes its way back to the bearer. It's almost obvious when you think about it, seeing as how the curse stones appear to be curse bearers of their own accord to begin with. But Inspector Tsutsumi has collected curse stones from other curse bearers. Then Inspector Tsutsumi must be a curse bearer himself. That's true. So from what you're saying, curse stones can only be transferred between curse bearers. And obtaining a curse stone alone doesn't make someone a curse bearer, so they can't use its curse. Exactly. So they aren't quite as dangerous as you think. Yeah. So that does mean that if Ayame Tono knows that, which he does, I imagine, that she must have a curse stone. And that must be the Taiko of Tsugaru. And the only difference is that she said she didn't want to kill anyone herself. So she tried to find someone who would have done killing already and take their curse stone, right? But obviously, if she's being kidnapped by a guy, then maybe she's like, you know what? I'm gonna use my curse stone here. You know? I feel like at that point you're like, you know what? I can kill here. This is one of the circumstances that I'm okay with. As for Hyaku's intention of just collecting the curse stones for themselves, unfortunately for them, it was never going to work unless there's a curse bearer among them. Damn Araishi, how could he not know this? That must be why I sensed that I couldn't take Yaku's curse stone. I returned it right away when I borrowed it from her earlier. That's precisely how it works, my mysterious mademoiselle. I'll give mine directly to Inspector Tsutsumi later. If you know Inspector Tsutsumi, then I think that's best. Thank you. Wait, how does it work with Yaku then? Because Yaku is technically still a curse bearer, even though she doesn't have the curse stone anymore. Right? Or do you just not have the curse bearer status anymore once it gets taken from you? Can't reveal that. Okay. Let's have Mayu talk then. I'll cut to the chase then. Are you the ones who killed Hajime Yoshimi? No, we did not. Don't try and play dumb now. If not you, then who? That much I don't know. While it's true that we were after the information he possessed, he was killed by someone else before we could acquire it. which forced us to target you instead, Miss Chozawa. And that's why you forced me to talk and why I ended up with this curse, huh? Indeed, though I never thought you would escape. Well, it took a couple of miracles, but yeah, I got out. And just what information did Hajime have that you wanted? You really think you can get away without answering now? But... But? But what? What do you mean, but? You can't just say but and then end the conversation. It's not an end. Fine, I'll let you and let someone else ask you something for now. Okay. Are you okay, Yumioka? He's clearly shaken by all this. It feels like he's desperately racking his brain for a way to get out of this. It's almost hard to watch. Be able to find that sort of information with Kamyoto's connections. I can't reveal that. Then would you prefer I expose to the public how Kamyoto is a fraud with almost zero spirit sense? Oof. Fine, I understand. From the results of our independent research, I found that Seiman Tsuchimikado's descendant was Hajime Yoshimi. Oh my god. I knew it. I did know that already, but the characters didn't. Or at least I suspected it. And the only other one that we know, so we know that Hajime's, where is he? Did I go here? Hajime Yoshimi, he was looking for talismans. He had a talisman and he was looking for Michio Shiraishi's talisman. And he said that both of their talismans together would reveal a secret of some kind. Because Michio was also a descendant. But both of them are dead. And where the talismans are is unknown. I think Hajime gave his talisman to not you, Hitomi, I believe. So it's, I don't know where that's gonna go, but that's our next step, I guess, is finding both talismans. What? So that's why you went after Hajime. However, Hajime Yoshimi was only carrying a fragment of the whole. Oh wait, that's him, right? a fragment? That's right, he did say something about a fragment of an old manuscript. The location of the Yin scroll was hidden. This information was split into two and hidden in a pair of talismans, which were then passed down from generation to generation. Talismans? I see. Hajime Yoshimi was supposed to have one, but it was almost certainly stolen when he was killed. It's possible that he knew the location of the other as well. So that's why you questioned me about the things he'd inherited. The girl Hajime had been helping recently must have had it then. Michio's talisman. Yes, Michio Shiraishi was also likely a descendant of Seiman Tsuchimikado. What? The talisman she carried as a keepsake from her father. We searched for it based on Miss Chizawa's memories. However, Michio Shiraishi was already dead. Yes, by coincidence she happened to be closely connected to Mr. Iwai, so we began our investigation there. But he was already dead too, leaving you in a quandary. I see. Mio, if we can get both of the talismans. Yep, we'll know the location of the Record of Fate's Yin scroll. Wow, sometimes the answer is right under your nose. Sometimes those answers are the hardest to find. Okay, so what now? Let's keep quiet about the location of the talismans for now, okay? Oh, right. No need for Yumiyaka to know. That was a close one, I almost let it slip. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Like, they know more than anyone else here at this point. I think that's about all we have to ask him. We'll let you off for today since you went along with all our questions nicely. A pleasure working with you. We're done here. With the information you have. The hell are you whining about? I said we're done, so scram. Ugh. That's all our business as well, so I shall be bidding you all farewell. Yes, right. Excuse me, Mr. Investigator. Please don't forget about the curse stone. Don't you fret, I'll hand it over to Inspector Tsutsumi like I promised. I'm glad I didn't end up having to give it to that Yumioka. Let's take our leave, madame. With this, we'll be freed from this troublesome curse ourselves. That lady and the investigator, we should keep an eye on them. Agreed. Really? Why? Yaku is so clueless. I think they're up to something. Just my intuition, but still. Yeah, I wonder what that investigator really wanted out of all this. If his goal was getting information about the curse stones, then this might be bad. Oh right, I got one of those curse stones too, the Beckoning Light. Alright, if you wouldn't mind, would you give it to Inspector Tsutsumi without using it? Yeah, sure, if you introduce me to the cop, that is. I feel like if I keep carrying it around with me, I'll start getting some weird ideas too. I just remembered. Mayu, I have something important to tell you. Whoa, what's all this yelling all of a sudden? You know a girl named Hitomi Okoda, don't you? Yeah. Really, Hitomi has Hajime's talisman? Yes, he entrusted it to her in a panic just before his death. He sensed an imminent crisis closing in on him, but Hitomi was the only one around and he could ask for help. That's so. I'm sorry she got left with such a big responsibility. That must mean that Hajime got killed by someone who was after the talisman. But since he gave it to someone else, they couldn't steal it like they wanted. I'll have to thank Hitomi for that. I also think it's going to be hard for us to get her to give up on the talisman. Yeah, you may be right. It was Hajime's dying request to her. So you two need a talisman for something? Yeah. Personally, I'd like to use the talisman as bait. Then I could get my hands on the bastard that killed Hajime. Please, I promise we'll uncover the mastermind behind all this. They probably have supernatural abilities at their disposal. Please leave them to us. Yeah, we'll catch them, don't worry. Oh, look at that. You've got that look in your eyes. The look that young people get that says they'll get something done no matter what it takes. How am I supposed to say no to that? You go find them and give them what they deserve, for what they did for my Hajime. You hear? To my Hajime, I mean? I feel like that makes more sense. What they did for my Hajime doesn't sound like a bad thing, you know? I'm pretty mad at them myself. If punches work on him, I'll give him a good one. No, that I can get behind. I leave it to you two. Now then, your next move should be to find Hitomi and get that talisman. Though, isn't there one more talisman that you need? Right, but we've got a pretty good idea of where the one Michio had is. We'll have to check with Inspector Tsutsumi about that. We should go back to school and call him. You got it. Okay. I'll head to the high school now and wait for you there. Perfect. Nice. New stuff. Preparing for battle? Last resort. Okay. I'm gonna lower my desk a bit. There we are. Okay. You didn't even realize. It's hard to tell, honestly, unless you're like paying attention to it. Haruhi and Richter rescue Mayuchizawa and interrogate her along with Takumi Yamioka. Yet they fail to gain any particularly useful information. They decide to return to Haruhi's home when... When what? What happens? It's 5 p.m. It's getting close to dusk. We've received an update on the hostage situation. The 56-year-old male suspect who announced his intent to commit mass murder in Sumida City today had taken a woman hostage and gone on the run, but was found by the police in a park in Sumida after 4 p.m. and confirmed dead. Hooray! Mass murderer dead before he could do anything. Good thing, right? Usually. The weapon the suspect was said to possess was nowhere to be found on the site, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. That is less good. Furthermore, the female hostage was not present, and the search for her continues. Interesting. If it's being reported on the news, then that lends credence to her story. Oh, we can't inspect things, only talk. He was quite shaken just moments ago, but he seems better now. You'd think it'd be harder for him to keep his cool. Anyways, I should ask about her side of the story. Wait, her side of the story? How should I proceed? Is this what it's like to be rushing to— oh. Okay then. Hi. Why is she here? Wait. Ayame, why are you here? Did you kill the man? I wonder what her intentions are. How is she able to act like nothing happened? Is this how girls are these days? Well, it's just like I said, right? The female hostage mentioned on the news just now. That must have been you. It was, yes. You're right, Richter. Which means you killed Najima with your own curse stone. Well, you said you'd give me refuge, so I came to take you up on the offer. Oh, okay. I forgot about that. What are you planning? Me? Well, obviously. I'm on to my last resort. What do you mean, last resort? So you're a curse bearer with a curse stone too, right? Are you surprised? Yes, I have a curse stone of my own. It's the Taiko of Tsugaru, as we thought. Then why go after other people's curse stones? Because killing people is bad, you know? Don't you think so too? Oof. Oof. Okay. Why is this a choice? I don't... I don't like the fact that they're like, oh, killing people is bad, don't you think? Like, if I go with her character... Like, she's been constantly like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter if people die as long as I get my son back. Like, that's her whole thing. Like, she wants her son back so badly that she's been willing to kill people for it. She hasn't done so yet, but she's been wanting to. Richter's been keeping her in line, somewhat. Let's say I don't think so. I wonder, are you the type of lady who's willing to sacrifice anything for the sake of your goals? Man, it sure ain't good. People will question where your parents went wrong, you know? Well, people can be harsh. Either way, that's why I wanted to only use soul dregs gathered by others. But that didn't work out in the end. No one had the backbone to use their curse, the world's gone soft. With no one mercilessly using their curse in pursuit of their own goals, I had to take my matters into my own hands. Oh god. She's like, oh, the world has gone soft. No one is willing to kill each other. Ugh. Ugh. Gross. I wasn't willing to kill either with my curse, but no one else wanted to kill with their curse? How dare. Now we have to get my own hands dirty because no one else is gonna kill. And now people might be wondering where your parents went wrong, hmm? Well, I suppose, but it had to be done. If you say. I heard Namigaki, the young man you were with, used his curse stone too. Huh? How do you know that? Creepy much? Are you stalking me? I may have heard from a detective I know. There it is, cops. Bet you know a bunch. I know your type, people who boast just because they know a couple of cops. But the police is filled with nothing but scum. Why, you seem to hold quite a grudge against the force. Speaking of, this guy is really creeping me out. What's the deal with him anyway? You gonna explain? Even the way he moves is all weird and exaggerated. Right. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm... Oh, no, thank you. Okay. Wow. Shut down. Poor man. So what were we talking about again? Oh right, Yutaro Namigaki. He's no good, honestly. He was such a wuss. I had to spur him on so many times for him to even use his curse. And even then he was pissing his pants. And just when I take my eyes off him, he hands over his curse stone to someone. Honestly, he's a disappointment. So that's what happened. Which is why I figured I had to do it myself, if I wanted it done right, you know? She full evil? Yeah, she's like, I don't want to do any of the killing myself, but I'm gonna spur people on to murder. Like, okay. Like, earlier on you said killing people was bad, but it really doesn't seem like you think it's that bad. Because otherwise you wouldn't be spurring other people on to do it. You know? That's what my last resort is, collecting soul dregs on my own. Yeah. And so the crazy thing as well, right? It wasn't dusk yet. Which means normal people cannot use the curse stones. Because they rely on the magic from the darkness, right? From the spell that was cast like last night. If she can do it without it being dusk, without it being night, she's more powerful than any of the other curse bearers. Which is scary, considering how little disregard she has for anything else, right? I should ask about her side of the story. Okay, yeah, so he doesn't have anything else to say yet. Let me introduce myself. It's hard to talk as strangers. Is it? And are you okay telling me who you are? Well, I won't stop you. Do as you please. Well, I am Harue Shigima, and this is my house. My father and husband are both with the police. Yeah, okay. Okay. Because she has the curse stone that if she knows where you live, who you are, where you work, etc. That... She's basically warning her without warning her, right? Like, are you sure you want to tell me your name? Okay, I won't stop you. You could tell me your name if you want. It's like... It's like, oh, what's it called? I don't even know what that would be called. Because you're not stopping them from allowing you to have control of the situation. You're like, not explaining that, oh, if you do that, like, maybe don't tell me your name because, or whatever, right? She's not saying anything. These people don't know what the curse stone does that she has. So they don't see the harm in, like, why wouldn't I tell you my name, right? So it's actually good that she stopped Richter saying his name. Because she knows that Richter is a detective, right? A private detective. She doesn't know his address. But that's probably figured out by just looking for his company, right? If he lives where he works, you can find his address very easily. So it's interesting. Like, she's not full on being like, oh, please tell me your name, but she's also not stopping people, and she's kind of warning them at the same time, but not. She's weird as a character. I don't know what her goal is. I really don't get it. Not yet, at least. My father and husband are both with the police. Is that so? Then you know that cops are just the worst people, right? Well, there are certainly many who are cold, especially with their own family. In a police family, one is always expected to just grin and bear it, no matter what happens. God, I know, right? What a relief you understand. I think we might get along. Oh, well, I'm glad then. Oh. Richter now. And I'm Richter Kai, private investigator. Did I ask? You're an investigator? Your job is to sneak around and follow people to pry into their secrets, right? Or is that why you keep probing with all these questions? Ew. Guess there's not much I can do to change that terrible impression you've got of me. Hey lady, why are you working with this dude? I asked him to look into something for me. Really, it's just that he keeps looking this way. Well, you're having a conversation. Like, he's part of the conversation. Like, of course he's looking at you. He's trying to be part of the conversation. Like, she's like, he's so creepy. He keeps looking at me. Like, I'm sorry, but you're in the house and you're having a conversation. So whenever you're talking, he would be looking at you because he's listening to what you're saying. Probably, right? It's like, that's not. She's so weird as well. I don't know what is going on here. Isn't your father a police officer as well? That man is not my father, not in name or deed. Oof. Oof. Port Tsutsumi. God, what's his name? Yeah, Tsutsumi. Okay. Port Tsutsumi. Sounds like there's some bad blood there. I've already legally cut all ties, and he even had the nerve to act all high and mighty today, and still refused to help me. Well, he tried. You met him today. Yes, today. Remember that Chief Tsutsumi who was chasing Nojima? Well, that's him, my dad. What? You're his daughter? Former daughter. I've cut ties. God. He's never acted like a father, so he doesn't deserve the title. But he does care a lot for her. And he's always kept an eye on her and everything, even though she's cut all ties. And she's like, oh, he never was a father to me. It's like, oh, come on, really? You know, I heard something about that Nojima guy. Apparently he wanted to get revenge on Chief Inspector Tsutsumi for his arrest by going after his daughter. Wait, really? And I heard the police had been searching non-stop to take you into protective custody. Yep. So that explains why the police were staking out your place too. Man, how could I have known that? They came in such intimidating numbers. Well, yeah, they were expecting a mass murderer to show up. Like, he was trying to protect her this entire time, and she didn't know, and she was like, oh no, the police are after me. I gotta... I could never trust the police. Wait, hold on a minute. Doesn't that mean that Najima was specifically after my life today? Yes. And that's what he tried to... what Satsumi tried to stop. That sounds about right. It's a good thing you got out unscathed, or rather managed to turn the tables on him. Oh, that means, legally speaking, it was self-defense. But that truly was quite frightening. To think I'd have to go through this just for being related to a cop, it's a disgrace. It's not for just being related to him, it's for him loving you. Because just being related doesn't mean you're a good hostage, right? Someone has to actually care for you. If they don't care for you, then taking someone hostage is not going to help. It truly is, to cause their own child such trouble. I'm sorry. What do you mean it's not his fault. Don't blame Satsumi for a mass murderer who he put in jail, who got out on parole, trying to get revenge on him by getting to his daughter. That's like blaming the guy. Don't blame the police officer, blame the person who did it. Always. Like in any situation, blame the person who actually did the deed, not someone who caused or maybe possibly had something to do with it, right? It's kind of the same as being like taken hostage and then telling the hostage like, well, maybe you shouldn't have been. Thank you for the quote, Dickus. It's like you being taken hostage and then someone saying like, well, maybe you shouldn't have been there. Right? Or the people that let the guy back out. Yeah. Well, not only that, so they let him go on parole, right? He was working in a factory for a bit, for a month or so, and they kept an eye on his address. Then he moved places and they lost the guy. I'm like, I'm sorry, what? You lost track of a serial killer that got left on parole after a month. 1 month. And you lost track of the guy. Like, sorry, but that's just incompetence. That's just... And then he started working at a high school and has been working there for 6 months as a janitor. And has access to all the student records, apparently. Which is how he was planning to kill hundreds of people. Whoops. Slight mistake by the police. Whoops. I'm sorry. It's okay. You're not the one that needs to apologize, lady. I'm sorry. It just reminded me of what happened to my son. Your son? What happened? My child was also kidnapped and murdered in order to enact revenge against the police, you see. What? How awful! That's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that. Now that you say it, I do remember hearing about an incident like that last year. That must have been your son, huh? My condolences. Condolences. How do you not check the guy's history? Yeah, like what history? He was choosing a different name. He had a different name, but then he wouldn't have had any papers, right? Like, of course, they put him up as a different name after with his probation, but like, and they would have some papers, but nothing crazy. Like, and there would be no work history, exactly. The only work history he would have had is like, I worked for 1 month as a factory. Even though he's like 60 plus. What? Okay. 60-year-old man comes to work here and he's like, I've worked 1 year in my entire life. Okay. Strange. Or 1 month, rather. Not even a year. 1 month. Now that I think about it, although we've met a few times, I didn't even know your name. I guess we're more like acquaintances now. Okay. Is she actually warming up, or I don't know what to make of her, honestly. Like, why does she hate the police force so much? Like, I know that her dad was busy, right? A lot. He was away from home a lot. Family problems, you know, his wife didn't like it. That kind of stuff. I get that growing up with that is a problem. But then cutting all ties is a bit excessive. Like, that's just too far, right? Changing your name, address, everything, to the point that he doesn't even know where you live, right? The detective had no idea where she lived. And then she has the gall to say, like, oh, he didn't even protect me. Like, yeah, how, what? He didn't think you wanted to see him at all. So he was afraid to take action in any way, shape, or form. Because, like, what will you think of him? It's only because of how you've treated him the entire time. But yeah, that's all, like, I don't know. We'll probably get some more info on that, like why she is the way she is and stuff like that, but when you were taken hostage by Najima, you used the curse stone in the gardens and swiftly made your getaway. Well, yeah. I didn't really have time to think on it. At the time, I only thought of how to get out of there. Then, what about now? Could you use it again, your curse stone? Well, the curse stone doesn't respond during the day, but it's evening now. So I tried using the curse just now, and yep, it seems I activated it. What? You're using it now? Might still be a little weak. I guess it's not supposed to be used repeatedly. But I think I could get it to work once more. Oh, that's so. Sure, it sure is, so I'll give you a final warning. It's already started, so be careful, hmm? It started? What started? The curse, of course. All that's left is for the conditions to be fulfilled. What? What? Wait. Is it like a set it and forget it type of curse? What is the taiko again? Yeah, I don't know anything about it. There's a daimyo from Hirasaku. On this estate was an almost 8-meter tall tower that served as a lookout for fires. Only designated firefighter was allowed to use the large drum that resided at the top of the tower in the event of a fire. While most towers used wooden blocks to sound the fire alarm, for some reason this residence was permitted to use drums. The residence and its special privileges led to much speculation and gossip among the townsfolk. So they used drums instead of wooden blocks. But that doesn't say anything. Large drum. And it's about in the event of a fire. But it might, like, it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with that. Maybe it's like if she feels threatened or something? I don't know. She activated her curse. The curse stones can be used already. I let my guard down. I didn't think it could be used this early in the evening. Please calm down. What should I do? Should I keep her talking? Oh god. That's a lot of options. What are your stone's conditions? No, instead of talking about that, how about we talk about why you're so shaken? As I thought, you have a curse stone too. You're a curse bearer, aren't you, lady? Yes, I am. I'm sure you've already noticed. Oh yeah, around last night. It was a little too obvious. Judging by your dress, I'm guessing you've got the haunting clappers? Yes, that's right. There's a lot of soul drags on the table for killing a curse bearer, you know? I'm well aware. Did you get soul drags when you killed Najima? Of course, his curse stone already contains some soul drags as well. I think killing one more curse bearer will be enough for the rite. You can combine soul drags across several stones. Correct. All it needs is the prerequisite amount. As long as you've got that, it doesn't seem to matter where you got them from. I see. Then, you won't mind if I took them, right? My lady. You're quite motivated, aren't you? God, this conversation. Richter is just like, please, don't kill each other. Please, calm down. don't do anything rash. He's just sitting across from these two women, just staring at each other, being like, I have a curse stone and you have a curse stone, and I want soul drags and you want soul drags. We're kind of just like, oh, ooh, we could have each other's soul drags, and then we would be one step closer to it's like, oh my god. Oh. Tobacco? Why tobacco? Let's talk about Najima? No. Or desire. What is your... Why is Hugh's curse popping up? What is your desire? Because the thing is, we only have the haunting clappers, right? Is this Hugh's curse for her? Does she have a lighter? Maybe. I don't know. What is your wish, Ayame? Is it really to resurrect Katsushika Hokusai? Yes, there's no life that holds more value than his. Including my own. You're saying you'd be willing to die if it meant bringing Hokusai back to life. Not all life is equal. At least not to me. A life that can birth art with the power to move hearts is infinitely more worthy. Compared to that, the life of someone like me, someone that can't produce a thing, has no value. You're also weird, I know, right? So the person she wants to bring back, by the way, is this famous ukiyo-e painter, I guess? Is that... Here. You probably know this, maybe. This type of art. But he was like a master and he died in 1849. She wants to bring him back. It's a weird one. It's a... Like, if you have the power of resurrection, bringing back some artist who you like, I guess, but like even that is such a weird thing to me. It's like, not all life is equal. I'm just gonna kill a bunch of people to bring this one guy back because I think he's cool. It's like, okay. Okay. Cool. That's unhinged. Yep, you're completely correct. I'm still young, it's the age for wild thoughts. Look, wild thoughts of like, I'm gonna party, or I'm gonna, I don't know, I'm gonna have jump off a bridge with a rope attached to me, doing bungee jumping or something like that. You know, those types of wild thoughts. Not wild thoughts of like, I'm gonna kill a bunch of people and resurrect an artist. That's not... That's not a wild thought. I mean, it's pretty wild, to be fair, but like, that's a bit too far. Aren't you the same as me? What? You've got a life more important than your own. A life you consider more important than the lives of many others. That's what you're doing it all for, isn't it? You're right. If I can save my son, I couldn't care less about my life, or the lives of others. Who's unhinged now? They're both unhinged, if you ask me. I'm mother, it is what it is. So you'd rather have your son come back and have no one? Huh. Interesting. It's like, at least my son is back. Okay. He doesn't have any family now. Well, he does have family, but he has a father that's not home often. Basically. And so he will end up similar in her situation, where he might hate his dad. Right? The mom makes more sense. In a way, yeah. Because it's her son. She's at least related to him and knows him. She doesn't know this artist guy. Now, I want to know. This use curse thing. No idea. Someone was calling me on WhatsApp. Of all things. I don't know the number. I block it. Don't just randomly call me. Liam, hello. Welcome, welcome. Okay. So are we safe? It's not the right emote. It is kind of the right emote, Liam. Now, please, think this through. Okay, so she did have a lighter or something on her. Well. Why? It was the only way. Victor? Could we settle any outstanding tabs now? Yeah, sure. Oh my god. She's like, can we just settle our tabs while this girl is burning in my house? Maury, you got a moment? Of course, what is it, Richter? I was just curious. Have you heard of the legend of the mother who prayed to the Smeda River and resurrected her dead child? What are you on about? The mother searched so desperately for her abducted child that she lost her mind. Her son was found dead in Smeda River, so she then built a mound and continued to pray there until her son somehow emerged from the mound, back from the dead. Or so the legend goes. I heard it's being adopted into a no-play too. Interesting, and? Well, it's just had me thinking that legends really do exist. Sorry to ask again, but what are you on about? Who's this Amamori? Who is that? So she did bring her son back, apparently, in that timeline. It is what it is. Welcome to my office. It might be small and dirty, but welcome. Come on, Ernestine, say hello. That's it, good girl. Oh, that boy over there? That must be... Hey kid, I'm a private investigator. I worked with your mother not too long ago. What's that? You want to be an investigator when you grow up too? That's great. It's so much better than becoming a police officer. Hey, I'm Amori. Don't you tell the kid to give up on his dreams. I think it's a great idea. Why don't you bring us some tea instead? Pardon me, let's start over. What brings you to my humble office today? Our Ways Legacy. Okay, so that's something we can do. Let's start here. So let's talk about her father. I met him not too long ago. Oh, really? He came off a little stiff and awkward. Yeah, there was a surprise. But there was also something charming about his seriousness. And he seemed like he cared a lot about his daughter. Ah, please cut it out, it's gross. You don't know a thing about us. Outsiders shouldn't butt into another family's affairs. Though he may as well be a stranger to me now. Even if you've cut legal ties, you're still related by blood. Huh? We're not related at all. Yep. So she is not his, like, daughter by blood. Liam, thank you for the hydrate. She is the daughter, or, well, not really. She's the resurrected version of the girlfriend, or the girlfriend of Najima, who was found when he was, well, arrested 2 decades ago as a baby. And now she's grown again and she's murdered him. He probably thought that I never noticed it, but it wasn't hard for me to figure out that I wasn't related to them by blood. They were adopted. Well, I got curious, so I looked into it. It was all pretty straightforward. I was a baby when they took me in. All they did was raise me. My mother first got pregnant shortly after she married. But it was the stillbirth. The whole affair left a deep wound on her heart. My father couldn't bear to see it. So it was for her sake that he did it. I was a substitute, a replacement for the child he lost. He decided that all by himself. He didn't discuss it. Maybe he was trying to be thoughtful, so any baby would have been fine, as long as it could have comforted the woman who hoped to become a mother. Well, that's not quite how it worked. It's also like, well, there's a baby we need to put somewhere. Right? They found a baby. They're like, well, someone needs to take care of this baby. He's like, well, we just had a stillbirth. I can raise this as my own daughter, right? And she resents him to this day for doing that. Which is, like, she doesn't know. She doesn't know at all what he did for her. Such an awful human being, really. Putting it in such a way, it's not easy to raise a child. My mother was bewildered. Wouldn't you be, after being told to raise a baby that wasn't your own? But she couldn't just abandon the baby either. I mean, how would you know this? You were not even a year old. I guess maybe your mother told her, but still. Yet my father just left everything to my mother and never lent a hand. He's so damn selfish. What? The two of them grew apart. I watched them try and figure out how to understand each other, and the sight of it disgusted me. It was a messed up family, I tell you. Well, I guess my presence was to blame for the rift to begin with. You shouldn't say that. I know he's bad at expressing himself and does his work, but still, that shouldn't be an excuse. But knowing all that, I couldn't take it anymore. It just made me want to hurry up and leave home and live on my own. Still rely on him for tuition and allowance, but that much is normal for most kids, right? I don't want him to start acting like he's my father now just because he's doing the minimum. I'm sorry to hear that. Ah yes, the minimum is trying to get all the police in the city to protect you from a mass murderer. That's definitely the minimum, right? Sounds like it was tough for all of you. I'm sorry, you're right. It's not my place to talk about your family. Well, I've said too much. To think I spilled all that when I don't even know what the conditions are. Could it be that what we were talking about had something to do with the activation conditions for the haunting clappers? Who knows? Do you smoke? Rather, that was Haruhi asking actually. Well, a little. Feel free to smoke if you want, please. I'm okay. I don't see any ashtrays out on display either. Does no one smoke in this family? A little rare, isn't it? Nobody in the family does. Then why did you ask me if I did all of a sudden? Well... Like, maybe because you might have a lighter on you that we know about. Because we can set you on fire whenever we want. How did you kill Fumichika Najima? I'm not telling you. I only ask because it does concern me. He was one of the reasons my child was kidnapped. There's not much to say. We talked and he cleared the conditions for my stone. Did he show any signs of remorse over his past crimes? It didn't feel like he did, no. I see. The world is full of trash, man, I tell you. That's... I agree. Oh no. Oof. Oof. So like, all these men are trash while they're talking about murdering people for their own gain. Yep. Good job. Good job. In a way, I guess you could say you put a stop to Najima's mass murder schemes. About that. There's no guarantee I won't do it myself. Huh? I picked up his curse stone of the one-sided reed. Really is something else. Unfortunately, I can't use a curse stone that's not mine until it's late at night. Really? Are you okay with telling me that? How silly of me. I let that slip. Okay. So, she's still planning to murder a bunch of people. And then again, she just said, my dad is such an awful person for not looking at me. I'm just gonna mass murder a bunch of people for my own gain and resurrect an artist. It's like, okay. Okay. I don't know where your priorities lie, but I feel like they're skewed here. I feel like everything is a little bit wrong here. What is your wish, Ayame? Is it really to resurrect Hokusai? Yes, there's no life that holds more value than his, including my own. Not all life is equal, at least not to me. Blah blah blah. It's unhinged, yep. Aren't you the same as me? Yep. Got life more important than your own. That's where you're doing it all for, isn't it? Right? Couldn't care about the others, who's unhinged now. Modded, that's what it is. Blah blah blah. Okay. But if that's your wish, then what do you plan on doing if you don't get your wish? Oh, I haven't thought of it. I might just keep on trying to bring Hokusai back some other way. You really are obsessed. You and Hyaku's chairwoman might be cut from the same cloth. Who's that? She's like an all-powerful vortex of obsession turned to yokai-level proportions. You're saying I'll end up like her? Are you looking forward to such a future? I'd rather not have to wait until I'm old and creaking. I want it to happen now. I'll put my life on the line for Hokusai. Oh, jeez. Listen, Ayame, I have something to ask you. No. The answer is no. The curse stone in your possession, I'm not giving it up. You're right. We're both made of stronger stuff than that. You're not giving it up? And neither am I. You know full well, right? That there's no room left for negotiation here? You're right, there's not. Okay, wait, what do we do then? So, it's just murder? Is that the only option here? Oh, wait. Wait. Shit. I clicked the wrong button. Did you just try a curse? It seems your curse conditions turned mad. I wonder if it was smart to secretly toss the lighter I was carrying earlier. Yeah, okay. I did think, okay, when I mentioned it, that she would ditch the thing. You made a mistake when you decided to ask me about smoking. If source of fire is the condition for your stone, then you won't see me falling for it now. You wasted your chance with all this chatter. All you needed to do was activate your curse first. I brought everything Najima had on him, including the lighter he was holding. But it's over now. Yes, I concede. Alrighty. With your cards on the table, you're out of options. It might be possible for Mr. Investigator there to pin me down by force. But he's not going to do that, is he? Correct, I won't take the risk. Not while your curse's conditions are unknown. Coward. I came to kill you and acquire your soul dregs, but after hearing you out, I got a question. Why don't you just give up on the right of resurrection? You said it was your son, right? The one you want to bring back? But haven't you done enough? I'm sure your son is content knowing you cared for him this much. He doesn't know though. Just the same as you don't fucking know that your father cares about you. And how much he's done for you. I'm truly willing to die to resurrect Hokusai, but you can't say the same, right? If you're going to bring your son back, you have to be alive as well, right? In fact, what you really want is for both of you to live, right? Yes. Well, even if you both live to see it, your son would grow up knowing you for who you are, someone who stole the lives of others to bring him back. Well, isn't that the same with the artist, though? She wants to bring back some Mado, exactly. Like, if you bring back Hokusai, right? This brilliant artist, and you're like, oh, hello, you're back. Cool, right? And he's like, why did you bring him back? First of all, is he gonna be brought back the way he was? Because he was 89. He was 89 years old when he died. He lived a fulfilling life. He made like thousands of art pieces. Right? If he's back the way he was, he will just die again within a couple of years, at best. Right? If he's gonna be a baby, is he gonna be an artist? Right? Because if he restarts as a baby, he's not the same Hokusai anymore. His upbringing will be different, his life will be different. He will not be the same person. Just as Ayame here is not the same person she was 20 years ago. When she got resurrected as a baby, right? Will she raise him? Maybe, I don't know. Like, I don't know how the Secret of Resurrection thing works. Like, do they come back as a baby? Do they come back as, like, in the prime of their life? Or, like, I don't, it's a weird one. And they don't know any of this, and yet they're willing to kill for it. They don't know anything. You'd be putting the burden of shouldering all the life sacrifice for him on his little shoulders. Are you really okay with that? I mean, are you okay with shouldering your artist with that? Like, it's a great argument. But apparently you're okay with doing that for the artist guy, though. If you didn't even think about that, then what you're doing is not for your son. It's for yourself. Aren't you just bringing him back to fulfill your selfish desires? Well, yes, but so are you. I don't... All of her argument, right? It's a good argument. It's like, it's your own selfish desires, and that's true. It is. But then, so is yours. So why are you not listening to yourself? It's like, do as I say, not as I do, right? Ma'am, what she's saying may be harsh, but holds a kernel of truth. Don't reduce yourself to nothing but a mother who would sacrifice anything for her son. But that's not... You discovered the truth behind his kidnapping. Next, you should take some time to come to understand your own feelings. I'll help you every step of the way. Getting to the heart of things is what an investigator does. What will you do? Ma'am, if you relinquish the curse stone to a curse bearer, you will no longer be a curse bearer. You won't be a target anymore. Ayame is giving you a chance. Think hard and then give your answer. Give it up. Very well. Here. Thanks, I'm glad you could see reason. Ma'am, you made the right choice. Dang, you really didn't collect any soul drags, huh? Promised myself that if I ever used it, it would only be once. But in the end, it didn't come down to numbers. So they only need to be carrying a flame. Seems pretty practical. Well, I'll be taking my leave then. There's no point in going after you for soul drags, so I'm off to the next curse bearer. You know who remains. You speak as if you've already figured it out. I've got a pretty good idea from our talk. What will you do? Do you plan to stop me? It's not my place to intervene. Like, the main ones are her and her dad. Who she doesn't see as her dad, but whatever, right? He's going to try to kill her dad. Right? It's going to be a confrontation between her and him. 100%. It has to be. Because now, if I look here, known curse bearers. Yeah, so Harue just gave it to Ayame. So Ayame, 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 Tetsuo, 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 Tetsuo. The only other one is Mayu, who is going to give it to Tetsuo. And the only one that we don't know is the Whispering Canal. That's literally the only one. So we have one that is not owned by either Tsutsumi or Tono. One. So if she wants soul drags, there's only one target. Really. Hey lady, can I borrow your phone? I don't mind. But who are you calling? The cops. I think it would be faster if I called them directly. Oh my god. Yeah. Wait, there's more here. I guess if you refuse, can we refuse at the end? Can I not? Okay, wait. I know what to do. The skipping here is annoying because it doesn't quite work. Normally this is supposed to skip through really quick, but it doesn't work on these. I don't know why. Oh. Click, 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 click. Damn it. Okay, you know what? This is probably faster actually. So I want to talk about tobacco. And then after that, just ask anything and try to use the curse. Then here, I want to see what happens if I say no. Sorry, but that won't make me back down. That lighter, when did you... what? My clothes are on fire. There does not need to be an open flame. As long as there's a spark of fire on you. Oh god, okay. Okay. Well. Okay. I guess that works. She's just like, well, I'll just set you on fire then. Okay, I still don't know what the other thing here is. Or maybe it's just, I have to do this one. Let's prepare for battle. Preparing for battle. So what are we planning here? Mr. Tsutsumi, this is Mayu Tsuzawa. Ah, so you're the one. The Sumida police was looking for you. Glad to see you're alright. Sorry, I should have told someone I was okay. I was just so pissed off. Falling right into Hihaku's hands, I got myself into some deep shit. Hihaku seemed like they're still up to something. I'll have to make sure they clean up their act once and for all. Get it? Because they sell soap? Nice one, boss. You're really on top of your game today. Stop trying to make me feel better. I shouldn't have said anything. More importantly, Mayu, thank you for your cooperation with Yoshimi. We'll get to the bottom of it, I promise. Oh, you must be Detective Ario. I heard a lot about you from Hajime. I'll be counting on you. Catch whoever did this, no matter what. I'm not sure why. Wait. But I feel fired up. I feel like we're close to the moment of truth. I think Mia feels the same. Oh, Mr. Tsutsumi. I received a message from Paranormal Affairs earlier. It wasn't from Nakagoshi, but I had someone look into something for me. Even the desk jockeys are lending a hand. It brings a tear to my eye. So what'd you say? What'd they say? Right, about the Onmyoji woman who was in Edo at the time of the Honjo incident. She was a person of great beauty and discerning taste, but also shamelessly did whatever she wanted. It seemed to match the person seen in the resentful memory for the food-washing mansion. So she must be the one who fought with Simon over the right. And I found out that her name was Ashino. Ashino, huh? What else? Well, that's the one. So when in the event that he escaped, right? Thingy, God, names. In the event that Najima escaped and killed a bunch of people, they said he revered Ashino. She did whatever she wanted, huh? Yep. And the thing is, The person who he tried to resurrect went by Shino as well. And that is who Ayame Tono is. Or is a revival of, I guess. So I don't quite know what's going on yet. That's all. It's not much help. Oh, but apparently she was quite the powerful Onmyoji, and she died bearing a similarly powerful resentment. It's possible that she became a vengeful spirit with a connection to the Seven Mysteries. A vengeful spirit. If any descendants of Ashino or people otherwise closely aligned with her live today, there's a possibility that spirit awakened and possessed them. Yeah, you mentioned before that spirits can possess people who are closely in sync with them. Though this, of course, doesn't mean the spirit houses her complete personality. Her resentment and her spirit power, those are the parts of her that would have the strongest influence. And Seimon's descendants are still around in the present. It wouldn't be surprising if Ashino's were too. They might just be desk jockeys, but they wouldn't give us this info if it was only speculation. They must have found some amount of evidence looking into abnormal phenomena or things like that. Oh, the Feast of Shadows. There it is. Or abnormal phenomenon. Mia, what do you mean? The person who initiated the curse this time, who we've been calling the Mastermind, he might be possessed by the vengeful spirit of the Onmyoji named Ashino, the enemy of Seimon. Could it be Ayame? It definitely could have been. Do you have any idea who they could be or where to find them? Like if you looked at them, Mio, would you be able to tell right away? Why is the one girl just whistling all the time? It's more like a pout thing or like a pursing lips thing. I don't know why they do it though. Also, hi Jaeger. I don't think she's whistling. Like how I didn't realize that Michio had fused with your consciousness, Yako. Common spirits will leak spirit energy left and right, so I can notice them just by looking carefully. But when spirits of a higher caliber fuse with someone's consciousness, detecting them isn't so simple. Oh, I'm sorry. My skills need a lot of work, and I don't have anything else to offer. Mio, that's not true at all. You're fine. We'll make this work somehow or other. Thanks. Oh, yeah, you're great, Mio. No, she whistles all the time. If that's what you want to think, Jaeger, then you can think that. Basically, I believe the mastermind behind everything is a woman possessed by the vengeful spirit of Onmyoji Ashino. Is this mastermind also the one who killed Hajime trying to get the record of Fei Jin scroll? Yes, I think that's very likely. So that's how it is, huh? Then I want you to catch them no matter what. Mayu rushed to Hitomi's place and back for us. She's been trying to appear calm, but I'm sure she must still be in shock. Oh, Mayu, did you meet with Hitomi? Yeah, I met her at the spot I was told. She was acting tough, but I think the incident with Hajime has really shaken her up. I briefly explained our situation and had her give Hajime's talisman to me. Here, this is what you're looking for, right? Nice. The Yang talisman. So we have one of them. And the other... Who do you think has the other? I give you one guess. I give you one guess for who might have the other amulet. Because it's her. It's her. Ayame Tono. Because she was there when Michio died and she took the amulet from her body. And then she was like, oh, Namigaki, don't report it. Don't report it. Like, she egged him on to speed. The speeding caused him to hit Michio, killing her. He freaks out, drives off. She's like, go back. We need to check if she's dead. She goes and gets the amulet and tells him not to report it. And he's just freaking out in the car. He was used. He was an asshole, but he was still used, right? Like, all of that, it doesn't seem like a coincidence. Like, I feel... she claims to not want to kill people, and she doesn't really kill people. But she's caused the death of many, which is almost as bad, right? She's egged other people on to kill. And all for this dream of bringing Hokusai back, of all things? It's very strange. I believe that's it, thank you. Mr. Tsutsumi, about this. Right, you should hold on to it, Mio. Not like we could use it as is. Try to figure out what we'll need to do once we get both halves ready. Or together, rather. Understood. I'll see what I can do. Okay. Do you know where the other talisman is? Yes, probably. This is Hajime's last job. Finish it for him, okay? He will. I guess this is the end of his family line too, huh? All the people who inherited that talisman before him are already gone. I bet he's making jokes and stuff at a time like this because he doesn't want to stress us out. I wonder if he's able to stay so calm because of experience, or if he's just that kind of person. Detective Aria was nice enough to get us something to drink earlier. Seeing a detective take time for little things like that helps put my mind at ease. Yeah, Jin is great. Or Ario, I guess. Come to think of it, did old man Ashimiya end up getting away? So word's already out, huh? He was cornered, but managed to take a hostage and escape, is what I heard on the radio. What happened after that? So that's all the reporting. Here's what really happened. Wait, but we heard on the TV, though, that he was killed. So they did report more than that. But I guess not everywhere. He was killed? And the hostage was Tsumi's daughter, whose whereabouts are still unknown? Yep, his daughter showing up was a huge surprise. Even Boss couldn't believe it. Damn, what the hell do you expect? No one could have seen that coming. So there's already an emergency search underway for her as a key witness and suspect. I'll be rejoining the search for her after we're done here. Key witness and suspect? But wasn't she a hostage? Could she have killed Najima and fled the scene? Well, it's just a possibility. If we're talking possibilities, might as well tell them everything. It's very likely that Najima was killed by a curse stone. What? By a curse bearer? Oh, it's already evening, so the effect of the Feast of Shadows would be starting to return. Yeah, which makes it likely that a curse was used to kill him. Boss, you're repeating yourself. Try to calm down for a sec. But that would mean the inspector's daughter is probably a curse bearer, right? Did you say something? Maybe I'm losing my hearing in my old age. Boss, you can hear just fine. Don't play the old man card every time you want to get out of something. We even talked about how she might have the Taiko of Tsugaru, if that's the case. Did we? My memory's a little hazy. You've got a soft spot for your daughter, don't you, Inspector? It's a little too close to home now. But either way, we have to find her as soon as possible. So he doesn't even want to say that she could be murdering people. He doesn't want to believe it. They've all but finished investigating, police mostly left. They're letting still use the school, okay. Letting us still use the school, that's fine. That's why we'll be joining the search as soon as we're done here. One more thing, there's a very good chance that his daughter has Michio Shiraishi's talisman. All the more reason for you to get back to that search. Best of luck. What the hell has she gotten herself into? Good question. I heard you had a curse stone too. Yeah, I should give it to you then, right? Those things really are a pain in the ass. I'll gladly hand it over to you before it starts giving me any crazy ideas. So this is the beckoning light, huh? Alright, it's safe and sound with me. Sorry you won't be able to bring him back. Don't worry about it. He and I were always prepared for the worst anyway. What the? What's wrong? Damn. The trigger for the beckoning light curse is some serious shit. Yeah, I thought so too. That's why I said it'd give me some weird ideas. See what I mean now? How's it work? I'll leave you a note you can read later. We have more important things to worry about now. Right. Mr. Tsutsumi, does that make it 5 curse stones that you've gathered now? Should be. I want to get the other 4 in the wraps as soon as we can. Let's see. I have no idea about the Whispering Canal. Someone made off with a one-sided reach which Najima had. Yeah, damn shame. After that, you said earlier that the Taiko of Tsugari might be with your daughter. Well, let's set that one aside for now. So we can assume that curse bearers are still prowling around out there with those ones. What a headache. Hopefully we can find them soon. There's literally only 2 others besides you, Tsutsumi. I'm sorry to say. One of them being your daughter. Now, is that everything we needed to chat about? If you don't need anything else, we'll be going back to the search. There actually is one thing. What's that? Just completely hypothetically. Hypothetically, what if the inspector's daughter was the mastermind? I mean, she's a woman. Seems like she was after the talismans. Sorry, don't really understand what you mean. Boss, come on, we gotta look at the facts. But that would mean Inspector Tsutsumi would also have to be one of Machino's descendants. Alright, you're just a normal person, right, Inspector? Unless that's why you're so resistant to the paranormal. Don't believe I've heard anything about being related to some onmyoji. Oh, but... well, if you put it like that, her being the mastermind, it's possible. Really? I say possible, but I mean unlikely, is what I want to think. Damn it, I don't even want to imagine it. Boss, if we're going to consider it, we have to do it properly. No dragging your heels about it. No, it's not that. Something I never told her, never wanted to tell her. The truth is, she's not my real daughter. What? 20 years ago. Well, it's a long story, but we took her in when she was just a baby. You know anything about her birth parents? You could say I do, I guess, but really I don't know anything. What's that supposed to mean? I don't get it. Ario, you heard what I said, didn't you? Just now? About 20 years ago? No, boss, that can't be. Najima's... That's right. When we arrested Fumichika and Najima, there was a baby at his house on the brink of death. That was my daughter, Ayame Tsutsumi. She goes by Ayame Tono now. What? Someone had to take care of her. A baby holds no blame for the circumstances he came from. But boss, according to Najima, that baby... it's his former lover reincarnated using black magic. What? Yeah, that's a sentence. Personally, I think that story is bullshit. According to Najima... yeah. My goodness. It's hard to believe from Najima's behavior, but could it really be true? I've got a few doubts. We have to question whether the Shino woman ever really existed in the first place. There are no records of her and no body was found. Her name never came up once during the investigation. Even if this woman really existed, I'm skeptical that someone could be reincarnated as a baby through black magic. I agree, no matter how you look at it, a spell with that effect is hard to believe. Even though supernatural has rules that must be followed. Seems more likely he's deluded himself, not wanting to recognize that the spell he risked his life on failed to work. That's my thinking too. The more natural conclusion is that the baby is his and she knows, and that she died in childbirth. As long as we don't know Shino's origins, we have to consider the possibility that she could be a descendant of Ashino. I mean, literally, it's one letter difference. Like, there's just an A in front of the name. Like, if they're related, it's very likely they're related. At this, like, I mean, sure, maybe it's a common name or something, but it's a little bit sus, I gotta say. If nothing else, the names are pretty similar, yeah. Assuming all of that is true for a moment, Ayami getting taken away by Najima and then killing him, that would mean that she killed her own father. Calm down, this is all still conjecture. But now that Najima is dead, we have no means to investigate. So regardless of everything, there's only one thing that matters. She's my daughter. As her parent, I'm responsible for her. Nothing can change that. I understand. Alright, we should get back to the search. We'll find her and clear all of this up. Yes, sir. The talisman you young ladies are looking for has something to do with this as well. I'd appreciate it if you could help us find it. If anything happens, please call the police. We will. I'm worried about Hitomi, so I'm going to head to where she is. I'll be waiting to hear some good news from y'all. Oh god. Conclusion. Tatsumi and Ario continue their investigation, deciding to meet with Ayami Tono to get to the bottom of it all. Oh my god. Hey. How long has it been since we saw each other? 3 years? How have you been? I think the last time was when you came to see me after deciding to go to university. It wasn't because I wanted to see you, I needed money to pay tuition. Not one to mince words. You came alone, right? Yeah, it's just me. You make it sound like I'm handing over ransom money for hostages. I just don't want to get caught, okay? Never thought I'd see the day that you called the police. There's something I needed to see you about. Well, alright then. We've got a lot to talk about, so let's go through things one by one. The sun is starting to dip down onto the horizon. This long day is about to end. You don't have to worry about Najima's threat anymore, but I sure didn't expect this to happen. She sure has changed over the past 3 years. Got more of a grown-up air about her. Hard to believe she's still the same little girl who would get an omelette all over her face when we took her out to eat. Wait a minute, is that how far back I have to go for a happy memory together? No wonder she hates me. Oof. Oof. Let's talk about Najima. Then I'll put this bluntly. Did you kill Najima? And if I did, would you hide me from the police? Well, I don't know if I... That's what I thought. Your job is the only thing you really care about. Yes, I did it. You... I don't think he even knew I was a curse bearer. He brought me to those gardens and I realized while he was talking to me that he fulfilled the condition of my curse. So I just gave it a shot. I didn't think it would actually activate. So there's no going back now. That's not true. You can still make things right before you make them worse. Let me say it another way. This is my chance and I won't throw it away. Your chance? Did Najima say anything to you? He said a lot of bad things about you, that's for sure. Yeah, not surprised there. But I said a lot of bad things about you back. I don't want to be outdone. Harsh. In that sense, I felt just a little like he was my kindred spirit. No, no, no. Kindred spirit, what are you talking about? He's a dangerous criminal. But I'm a murderer now too, aren't I? Maybe we're not so different. Oof. No, you're different. Am I? Well, maybe not that different. But at least you're honest. I know I haven't been the best father, but I wonder, of all the fathers in the world, are there any who wouldn't cover for their child if they committed a crime? How should I know? You're the detective here. You must have seen plenty of cases like that. Yeah, plenty of parents take the fall for their children or give them a place to hide. As a person, it's wrong, but maybe as a parent, it's the right thing to do. I don't know. But I think having a father like that would make it easier to go to him for advice if I did something wrong. Maybe there's a sense of security in knowing that no matter what happened, you'd have at least one person on your side. I see. So that's what it would take to be on your side. I can't do that. That's okay. I wasn't really expecting you to. So Najima really didn't tell you anything? Not really, no. Okay. And we're not gonna tell anything? Okay. About being taken hostage. I'm sorry I couldn't save you from Najima. Are you hurt? And there it is. That's so like you. What? You're only mentioning that now? Shouldn't that have been the first thing you asked me? Well, I was just... Oof. You're not worried about me. All you care about is yourself. Should I have... Okay, what if I do that as the first thing? I want to know if that actually changes stuff. Is the dialogue different? Let's see this. Sorry I couldn't save you from Najima. You're hurt? Wow, I didn't expect that from you. Huh? Thought you just started questioning me before you bothered to ask how I'm doing. Ah, well, I'm still your father. Maybe boss can handle this after all. I'm fine. I managed to get away, somehow or other. Right, I'm glad. Did you kill Najima? Yes, I did. This is all the same. This is all the same. Not really, okay. About her mom. How is she? Yasuko, I mean. Mom? I haven't kept in touch with her. I've been on my own this whole time. I'm sure you've reached out to her though, haven't you? I did call her this morning actually, just to make sure she was safe. She's been running around all over the place looking for you. Sounds like she's fine to me. Did you contact her after I called the police to tell her you'd heard from me? I did not. Tisk tisk. Oof. Well, I've heard you're into nightlife and staying out late these days. Didn't want her to worry more than she already was. You're one to talk. Oof. This conversation, it's too real. Why are you willing to go so far for the rite of resurrection? What do you want with it? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. You just call it stupid and dismiss the idea completely. Come on, I wouldn't do that. Maybe together we can think of a way for you to get what you want without resurrection. I want to bring Katsushika Hokusai back to life. Hokusai? Hokusai, the Okyo artist, that Hokusai? You want to bring him back to life? That'd be quite the feat, huh? That's... you... I heard you liked his art, but why would you do something so stupid? Oh no. Proved her right. See? God. The only time I ever felt there was a place I belonged was when I was immersed in the dreamlike world of Ikigai. Though I'm sure you never noticed. Really, I had no idea. It saved me. Hokusai is the reason I'm still alive today. Didn't know you felt so hopeless. We only realize it now, but it's too late. Feeling sorry won't do us, either of us any good. Oof. From the moment I heard about the rite of resurrection, I knew that was my destiny. If this is all I ever accomplish, I'll die happy. You're really serious about this. You have a curse stone, don't you? I do. You wouldn't happen to feel like handing it over, would you? Police will handle any damages the curse caused, before you do any more wrong with it. I'm not giving it up. Of course not. Me being a curse bearer, are you after my life? That's exactly what I'm here for. I didn't come to chat. You can talk all you want, but as soon as the condition for my curse is met, I'll use it. No hesitation. Oof. Or do you have more than one? How many curse stones do you have? 3. Not that it matters. 3, huh? I'm not handing them over. Okay, fair. Can I ask you one thing? Do you know anything about the talisman Michio Shiraishi had? Michio Shiraishi? From the car crash you were in with that Namigaki guy. Oh, with Utaro? Yeah, it was there. Utaro? That sounds like... So you and him were, I mean... not really. He was kind of a boring guy. What? You're serious? But he said... You're getting off track, Mr. Tsumi. The talisman. Get back to the talisman. Shouldn't have relied on him for this. Well, if you don't plan on seeing him again, it doesn't matter. But with the hidden run case on top of everything, you're really in deep. Is that really what you wanted to talk about? Yeah, I mean, no. Tell me about the talisman. Did you take it from the scene? You mean this? That's it. I picked it up at the scene of the crash. I didn't want to leave fingerprints behind. That's all. There's really no other reason. What's the big deal? Is it really that special, this whole thing? Yeah, it's really important. Would you mind giving it to me? Important? For what? Putting a stop to the curses of the 7 mysteries. Oh. That means if I give you the talisman, I won't be able to use the rite. Then no way, I'm definitely keeping it. Oh, I screwed that one up. Yep, you did. Mr. Tsutsumi, you really can't do any better than that. Come on, the talisman. Can we... Oh, Bush is there. Does something just move over there? God, what the hell are those idiots doing? I told them not to come, damn it. Don't want to know what'll happen if they get found out. Whatever I do, I gotta keep away from looking over there. You can actually see them. Let's talk again. Will you give me the talisman? No way, I can't lose the rite. Think I've let you talk enough. Mind letting me have a turn? By all means. You're hiding something. You're hiding something from me, aren't you? Well, sure, you can't live as long as I have without having a secret or two. Of course you tried to dodge the question. Now then, let me tell you how my curse stone, the Taiko of Tsugaru, works. What? My curse bludgeons to death anyone I find out is hiding something from me. So if you try to cover something up that I know is true, I'll be able to use my curse on you. With that in mind, can I ask you one thing? Oh, I get it. Why you wanted to see me. And let me tell you one thing first. The Evergreen Beach has a similar condition. I can use my curse on anyone who tells me a lie. What? How is that fair? And you use that curse on me? As an officer of the law, it's inexcusable, but as a parent with a duty to his child, I have no other choice. Are you threatening me? Do you really think that's enough to convince me to do as you say? I don't want to use it either, but for your sake, I suggest you try not to lie. Go ahead then. If I lie, then so be it. Okay, I'm gonna ask. If you try to hide it now, you really will die. Am I your real daughter? I'm just the baby you picked up to replace your stillborn, aren't I? And you could never bring yourself to tell me who my real parents were, so you kept hiding it. Still too much of a coward to tell me, huh? You don't like the truth, so you won't admit it. That my real parent is the man I was just with. Ayame. Is that all you have to say? And I only have one answer for you. You are honestly and truly our daughter. Nothing more, nothing less. Even now, you're still trying to hide it? Why? Are you really that stupid? Boss, why? Is your pride worth dying for? I should have known. Why? Why go this far to hide it? Ayame, listen. Huh? You're... how? Ayame. Be proud. No matter what happens, you are our precious daughter. No, wait. How are you still alive? I don't know what this piece of shit Najima filled your head with. But you're not Shino. And you're not Ashino either. You're our daughter, Ayame Tsutsumi. Right, I guess it's Tono now. Well, that's fine too. Tsutsumi, Tono, both will always be part of who you are. But why are you doing this? It's not true. The curse proves it's not. Sure, you probably don't have many memories of us playing together. And I did leave everything at home to your mom, and it was barely ever there for you. Even so, when I was working, no matter how grisly a crime scene it was at, all I ever wanted was for you to grow up to be happy. That's it. Why say all this now? So do one last thing for me. I want you to tell me the truth too. And if you lie to me now, I'm taking you with me. Stop, I can't. The mastermind behind all this, the one who awakened the curses of the 7 mysteries in order to use it right. Wasn't you, was it? No, I wouldn't even know how to do that. And picking up Michio Shiraishi's talisman was just a coincidence, right? Yeah, I already told you that. Good. Hearing that, I can rest easy. You're nothing like Najima. You can stand on your own 2 legs. You can keep living without escaping into a fantasy. You can hate me. You can dream all the crazy dreams you want. Just don't ever stop trying to do good. You're a victim of your curse too. It's not too late to atone for the hit and run for using the curse. Don't run away. You can still make things right. I know you can, because you're my daughter. And after that, just live the best life that you can. Dad! She actually called him Dad. Boss. Please let him live. Somehow. No. Can we save him? Is there a way to save him? Oh. That day at 6:18 p.m., Ayame Tono was taken into custody. Tetsuo Tsutsumi's death was confirmed at the same time. The 5 curse stones possessed by Tsutsumi, as well as the 3 given up by Ayame, lost their curse bearers. This temporarily extinguished their spirit power, allowing Mio Karuzu to obtain them and seal them away without difficulty. The yin talisman possessed by Ayame Tono was recovered and entrusted to Mio Kurusuzu as well. Thus any massacre that could potentially be caused by this iteration of the curses was prevented before it could ever happen. Or so it seemed. It was hiding someone from the curse bearer. Address, name, age, occupation, and location are all known, yeah. And now what? Because there's one curse stone unaccounted for. Sorry for keeping you out so late, Mio. I can't take my mind off the curse bearer who was never found. No, it's no problem for me. I usually work at night anyway. Did you see Yako home safely? Yep, we sent her home in the patrol car earlier. Apparently she put up quite a fuss, saying she wanted to see things through to the end. Thank you. The Feast of Shadows was starting to take effect, so it would have been dangerous. Oh. Hmm? What's wrong? Next is Detective Area? What? What? What do you mean? So much has happened this evening, but it's still not over. We haven't found the curse bearer of the Whispering Canal. We still have to put a stop to these curses. 8 PM with no one around. This place is silent as the grave. No one wants to go out at night in these parts after everything that happened over the past 2 days. Makes sense. Herb. Nice. Herb. Okay, nothing else. I can't get my mind off the remaining curse stone, the Whispering Canal, and who the mastermind is. But we have to deal with that thing before I can worry about any of that. How's it going with the 2 talismans? Have you figured out the location of the Record of Fates, Yin Scroll? I have, more or less. When I combined the contents of the 2 talismans, they formed a seal which could be undone. The things inside the talismans that looked like scraps of wood were actually a tiny scroll kept folded up by the seal. Who'd have thought the talismans actually contained the scroll itself? So that's the Yin Scroll then. What's it say? Well, there's one more seal we have to undo to open the scroll. It's giving me some trouble, so I was actually hoping you could help me out. Oh, okay, unlocking the seal. Got it. Sure thing. I don't know what I'll be able to do, but let me at it. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so eager to help. It's oddly reassuring. Okay, let's see. There are 5 seals holding the scroll shut. I think we have to remove them in the correct order. Each seal has a different design. A carp, a light, a beech leaf, a taiko drum, and a reed. Remove the 5 seals in the right order, okay. If we get it wrong, is it going to, you know, go boom? No, we'll just have to try again. I tested it once already. Oh, you've already tried it yourself, so brave. I think it's devised so the seal can only be undone if the curses for the rite have already been unleashed. And I think there's a hint to opening it hidden in something related to the curses. Let me know when you're ready. Okay. Consult with Mio first. He won't explode or anything, so might as well give it a try. Okay. Okay, let's save. In the correct order. So the carp is this one. Don't leave me behind. So it's all about this girl drowning. But was it a carp? The light seal, beech leaf, taiko drum, reed. So Whispering Canal, Beckoning Light. Memories of the young couple and their daughter. The man hunched near his death with regret carved on his mind. He lost everything. He's repaid to Candace, shown to him with evil. His mind turns to the Onmyoji woman. Should have left the rite of resurrection well enough alone. Even if this body perishes, I can atone for my sins. The beach. Man who tricked people. Things from a rope. Each tree's leaves do not fall. He hung there for days. Okay, I haven't seen this. How long has it been since I started hearing them each day? Could it be coming from the damaged residents? I've heard they have dormant the fire watchtower instead of wooden clackers, but I don't see a fire or the sound of drums. Then one morning a body was found. Isn't that old man Kanzo, the ukiyo painter? He lived nearby. Has been down and out for years, despite his best effort. One day his granddaughter told him about her dreams, cursed his soul's resurrection. Hearing her tale, the old man was gripped by sudden zeal and began to paint with great fervor. Almost looked like as if he had been beaten like a drum. Okay. I don't know. One-sided read. Till her husband hanged himself. Husband a swindler. Koma was determined to clear her husband's name. That's when she met Tomezo, a man who was a stranger in these parts. Okay, so this seems to be... So the one-sided read seems to follow... the beckoning light. Right? No, wait. Shit, the Taiko. No, what am I saying? The fool's... God, I'm just... Why am I just... Oh, it's Evergreen Beach. I'm done. Okay, Evergreen Beach. One-sided read. God. The names are just... My brain is not working. Wait, is it the lantern or the light? It's the light, right? Yeah. Light carp. Good from read. So it follows... They follow each other, right? So... Let's say the Evergreen Beach is first. Then the one-sided read. Akuma would not listen, she cursed him, called him foul names, boots found everywhere. Clear her husband's name. So then the Whispering Canal. Was the girl. And the beckoning light. Okay, is that right? Okay, so beach leaf, reed, carp, light, Tychodrome. Don't think that was right. Okay, is the Tychodrome first then? Wait, so okay, Tychodrome, beach leaf, reed, carp. Oh. There we go. Maybe I should have looked at the drum more, but I guess the drum is... I mean, I got it, so it's fine. But the drum was... reverberations in my air, blah blah blah. I've heard the drum. Looked almost like it'd been beaten with a drum. And then Evergreen Beach. Known for his temperament and skill and da da da. Was the kind of man who would take care of those things. Prosperity that the Ukiah boom brought must have been what fanned the flames of his greed. Yeah, okay. So that would have been the thing there. So he talked about the rite of resurrection. Like the ukiyo painter died. He talked about the rite of resurrection. The wife does something, I forget what, and then their daughter is like, my parents aren't coming home, they've abandoned me, drowned herself, and then the guy who's like, this entire family died, I can't live with this or whatever. I don't know quite, but it follows each other up, the stories, right? That was the idea. Oh, you got it right. It's open. Getting it in just 2 tries. That's great. Nice job. It's easier than I thought. Just looked at which event followed which. I should have done it in 1. Could I have done it in 1? Let me reload. If I reload and do it in 1. Ah, damn it, no. That's the conclusion. Shit. Okay, never mind. I don't think I can reload here. Or wait, is it? No, I did save, didn't I? Oh god, what am I doing? Files? No. Load. 301. I don't know. I don't want to risk it. So, no, I'm gonna risk it anyway. I'm gonna save here. And reload the autosave. Wait. That's a weird autosave. Okay, this one. Okay. There you go. Oh, you got it right. It's open. Getting on the first try, that's amazing. You're a real pro. Thank you. Thank you, Mio. I like... First try! Mio said it, so it must be true. Nothing to it, really. I told you you could leave it to me. Now we can finally read what's written inside. Let's see. Oh. Oh god, there's a lot here. Okay. It's said that Seiman Tsuchimikado, author of the Record of Fates, wrote the Yin Scroll because he feared that the descendants of those involved in the Honjo incident might become cursed and used in the collection of soul drags for the Rite of Resurrection. The existence of the Yin Scroll was indicated in a postscript added to the Record of Fates, but its whereabouts are currently unknown. It's believed to have been inherited by the descendant of Seiman. The text has been preserved in the form of 2 talismans held by Hajime Yoshimi and Michio Shiraishi. It contains a full account of the Honjo incident, and the following is written in Simon's hand. I bequeath this scroll to future generations to be used in the event that calamity should arise from the grievous incident. This grievous incident. Those who seek to forestall disaster must gather these 3 items in one place to cast my rite of cleansing and expel all rituals and curses in full. my soul, that is my curse echo, my body, that is a living continuation of my bloodline, and my spirit, that is my own consciousness. Well, that's gonna be difficult. Because their bloodline is kind of gone as far as we are aware, or at least the ones we know are dead. The curse echo, I'm not sure which one it is, but the most likely one is the one we haven't found yet, so that's also kind of difficult. And your own consciousness, I don't even know how that would work. Unless that's us. So, I don't know. During the Edo period, the chain of events that occurred around a certain resurrection spell became the basis for the 7 mysteries of Honjo. This is a story that takes place in the late Edo period. There was once a family that lived in a row house in Honjo. The family consisted of a Netsuke craftsman named Jinkichi, his wife Koma, and their daughter Toki. They enjoyed a poor but happy existence. One day they took in a man by the name of something. His name is not said here. Who claimed to be a shamoji. He was on the run, having barely escaped with his life from something or other, and wound up in Honjo. The tough circumstances had left him sick and destitute. Jinkichi felt sorry for the man and decided to shelter him. The stranger was deeply grateful for their kindness and care of Jinkichi's family, as without it he would have surely died, and told them thusly on the day of his departure, "I want to give you my thanks, but unfortunately I have nothing of value." He paused and asked, "Is there anyone you want to bring back to life?" It turned out that the man's true name was Shuchimikado Seiman, a descendant of renowned Onmyoji, and he had been researching the fabled rite of resurrection. For his crime in unearthing this forbidden rite, he was chased out by his family, but he wrote down everything about the spell in a book he named The Record of Fates while on the run. Whoever sought to perform the rite would need to kill people and gather their soul dregs. Seiman only researched the rite out of the spirit of inquiry, but thought himself willing to use the rite if it was for the sake of Jinkichi's family. However, Jinkichi shook his head. Sacrificing someone is unthinkable. We didn't help you because we wanted something in return, so you owe us nothing. Declining the unbelievable offer, Seiman bowed his head in gratitude countless times at those words and left his house. Okay. That seems fine, right? In the same area lived an ukiyo artist known as Old Man Kanzo. His art didn't sell much, but he often looked after Toki while Jinkichi and Koma were out working. Young Toki heard Seiman's talk about the rite of resurrection, but being too young to comprehend it, regaled it to Old Man Kanzo as a story of fiction. Old Man Kanzo, inspired by the story and filled with renewed vigor, put his heart and soul into his next painting. The piece, centered around the theme of resurrection, became an instant hit in town. Jinkichi, being a shrewd businessman, saw an opportunity and jumped on the bandwagon by carving Netsuke connected to Old Man Kanzo's ukiyo-e. He made up stories about his Netsuke, telling the people that their blessings were connected to resurrection, and his business rapidly flourished. That man unknowingly left us a wonderful gift, thought Jinkichi and his family, but they were unaware of the tragedy that would soon unfold. Okay, so far it's fine, right? The guy got inspired, drew some art, and the older man profits from it a little bit. Before long, Kanzo's wonderful ukiyo-e reached the ears of the local daimyo, and he was summoned to the lord's residence. But what awaited him was not praise, but cruel torture at the hands of Ashino, a female onmyoji who was in the pursuit of Seiman. So it's Ashino's fault, really. Seiman was not the problem here. It was her who pressured Seiman into researching the rite of resurrection, which she secretly planned to use to preserve her beauty for all eternity. Ashino took advantage of the fact that the daimyo's heart was weak and frail following the loss of his family, and manipulated him into capturing Old Man Kanzo, the source of the recent rumors about the resurrection. Tell me where you heard about it. As the brutal beatings continued, it was said that the eerie sound of the beatings rang out, like the beating of a taiko drum night after night, reaching even the watchtower of the Tsugaru residence. In the end, Ashino's cruel torture secured her the information on Jinkichi's family and the existence of the Record of Fates. The daimyo sent his chief retainer to bring in Jinkichi, and the torture resumed afresh with a new captive. Oh my god. Joey, thank you so much for the raid. We're like near the end of this game. There's a lot of crazy stuff happening. I hope you're doing well. I'm just talking about this story where a lot of people died. So it's... How was your stream? You were just chatting? Nice, nice. But yeah, I was basically reading about the Honjo incident here. That apparently was the cause of basically this entire game. Right, the 7 mysteries in this game and everything. People were tortured by this woman called Ashino apparently. And then murdered, and constantly she was only trying to figure out where this guy Simon was. And it caused a lot of death and awfulness. Need to go get some food, so we'll be doing a lurk. Have a good lurk then, Joey. And welcome everyone else. Bex, Steagles, welcome, welcome. The torture was pushed too far, and Jinkichi was unintentionally killed before he spoke a word. The daimyo had Jinkichi's corpse hanged from a beech tree and declared it unable to bear the guilt of the crime of deceiving the masses with false rumors of resurrection. Jinkichi had committed suicide, which was a lie. This too was all part of Ashino's plan to send a message to the common folk, especially the increasing number of those who sought out the right for themselves. Rumors that the daimyo's word were perhaps not all that truthful spread quickly when a dancer claimed to have witnessed the chief retainer's cold-blooded handiwork firsthand. The chief retainer arrested the girl and proposed a deal to put a stop to the rumors. The girl was to say she just wanted attention and retract her story. In exchange, she would be given a most wondrous stage to perform on, but when the day came, she was suffocated by the mask prepared for the performance. Unbeknownst to her, the mask had been covered in glue as part of the plan to kill and silence her. Oof. Koma never believed for a moment that her husband Jinkichi had committed suicide. She was certain someone was behind his death and asked around persistently for names, addresses, and other information. The chief retainer would not allow such things to escalate any further and had Tamezo, a Ronin who once served as a spy, go after her. However, she turned the table on him, shouting, "It was you who killed my husband, wasn't it?" Confronted with the accusation, Tamezo flew into blind rage and cut Koma down in broad daylight. Ordered to take responsibility for his failure by committing seppuku, he exposed the daimyo's plot as he disemboweled himself by the lantern of the silver card used to give coded signals. This is like all 9 deaths in a row. It's like a couple of days and everyone died. Crazy. With both of her parents gone through means unbeknownst to her, Toki found herself to be all alone. One day late at night, she went searching for her parents and met her doom, falling into a canal where she drowned. Meanwhile, the chief retainer had made no headway about Simon's whereabouts, and an incensed Ashino decided to set fire to his residence, burning him alive. As you do. In truth, all those connected to these events thus far were cursed by Ashino, said that their souls would turn into soul dregs upon death, which she had been collecting. All she needed to perform right now was to get her hands on the Record of Fates. Sensing that there was something serious at work behind this recent string of strange events in Honjo, Simon returned to find he was too late. He broke down in tears when he learned of the unfortunate and unnatural deaths Jinkichi's family had met. Simon realized it was the handiwork of Ashino when he found their soul dregs had been collected, and decided he had to prevent any further sacrifices from happening by confronting her on Hoonji Bridge. What ensued was a fierce battle of spells that endured till the break of dawn, though those who did not know any better only saw that what they believed to be airy flashes and supernatural orbs of light. Are these the ghosts that turn up to give curses? Yes. These are all the curses, all the spirits that stayed around, basically. So including Ashino and Seimon themselves. At the end of the long battle, Ashino defeated Seimon and obtained the Record of Fates, but he had placed a curse upon her foot. Ashino dragged her foot, corrupted and horribly inflamed, and sought refuge at the nearby residence of her retainer, and angrily demanded they wash her foot. Ashino died then and there, filled with agony and her foot cursed and rotten. Simon too, having sustained serious wounds during the fight, died that day on Hoonji Bridge, still filled with regret. God. However, Seimon came back to life. Knowing that there would be enough soul dregs in place during their confrontation, he had prepared a spell that would activate the Rite of Resurrection upon his passing. Feeling that his curiosity was responsible for the terrible tragedy that had unfolded, he was left with a keen understanding of why the Rite of Resurrection was forbidden, and became determined to seal it away. Indeed, the reason he'd resurrected himself was for that very purpose. However, he did not know what had become of the Record of Fates. With nothing to seal away, he instead used the remaining soul dregs to turn 9 of the Netsuke made by Jinkichi into ritual implements to be sealed away in Honjo. He placed a spell so that should someone try to activate the Rite of Resurrection again, all 9 pieces will awaken at once, and to pass the whole truth of these events to future generations, he wrote everything down in the Record of Fate's Yin Scroll, and passed it down to his descendants. So, he didn't know where the record was, but as soon as someone tried to do it, the curse is awakened. But isn't that just bad, though? Because that just allows people to get more soul dregs. Meanwhile, the townspeople kept silent about the incidents out of fear of being cursed. The occurrences were so strange that gossip about it couldn't truly be contained. Over time, they grew into legends, and that's how the 7 Mysteries started. Crazy. Okay, well, now we know, I guess. But what now? We're still missing one of the curses. I see. What does it say? First is a detailed account of the tragedies surrounding the Rite of Resurrection that occurred in Honjo back in the Edo period. The whole story of what we call the Honjo incident is laid out clearly. That incident was the origin of the 7 mysteries of Honjo and their curses, right? Yes, the resentment of the victims of the incident turned into curses, which are the curse echoes. The contents are organized like an answer sheet, so it doesn't just give us the information we need. Ah, is there anything else? Yes, here's what we've been looking for. I bequeath this scroll to future generations to be used in the event that calamity should arise from this grievous incident. Oh, he foresaw all of this happening. And it continues. Those who seek to forestall disaster must gather these 3 items in one place to cast my rite of cleansing and expel all rituals and curses in full. My soul, that is my curse echo. My body, that is a living continuation of my bloodline. And my mind, that is my own consciousness. Wow, so if you gather these 3 things in one place, Seinon's rite of cleansing will activate and completely negate the curses and the rite of resurrection. Oh, that's it. That's exactly what we need. The 3 things are Simon's soul, body, and mind. It says the soul is Simon's curse echo. This curse echo, so Simon himself is part of the 7 mysteries. Now that you mention it, Mr. Arvaishi said something along those lines before. There's another hint written here. My curse echo holds my curse. My curse being brings ruin to curse bearers. Oh, well that's... Oh, oops. Hold on. That's obviously the... Ever-burning lantern? No, beckoning light, sorry. That's the beckoning light. That makes sense. Because it's found on the bridge where he died, right? It makes a lot of sense. It links everything together. It's also why it's the end of everything. It's the last one. What kind of hint is that? Maybe it'll make more sense as we keep looking. But will the curse echo still appear if the curse bearer is already gone? I mean, true, because Mio already cleansed everything. Next, the body is a descendant of Saemon, it seems. Wasn't Yoshimi a relative of Saemon? He and Michio Shiraishi, who had the other talisman. But both of them had already passed by the time this iteration of the curses was unleashed. That's true. What are we gonna do? His bloodline was so split up, there have to be others. Oh, there's another note here too. Where? Is there another hint? As for the body, seek not only one who bears my blood, but one with strong spirit sense. Such an individual will be able, if a spirit attempts to possess them, to instead take control of that spirit themselves. So it says. Do we know of anyone like that? I can't think of anyone. Let's move on for now. Next is the mind. What's the difference between the mind and the soul? In paranormal theory, it's said that humans are made up of soul, body, and mind. The mind is essentially thought to be part of the spirit that makes up one's consciousness, or oneself. It's like driving. The body is the car, the soul is the control system, and the mind is the driver. I see. I think that makes sense. So is there a hint for finding this one too? Now let's see. There's this. Should the rite of resurrection be activated elsewhere, so too shall my mind be awakened there. Simon tried to seal away the rite of resurrection, but before he could, Ashino stole the record of fates. So as a countermeasure to the rite being activated, he made it so that his mind would be released from the seal. Okay, but what does that actually mean? What it means is, Simon's mind awoke the night the rite was activated, and must be possessing somewhere out there right now. Is me. It is me. I am him. What? We have to get to that person together with everything else. Alright, so we have to find the curse echo, the descendant and the person possessed by Saemon. Well, actually, I don't know if I'm Saemon or what. I'm not sure. I know we keep possessing people. Then we just need to get them together in one place and we'll be good to go. Right, but there's one thing. The second and third ones could both be the same person. Oh. But who could that be? Like how Michio lost her memories when she was possessing Yako. Damon's consciousness might not be aware of who it really is. So if he learned the truth, would he start to act of his own accord? Oh, then that person could already be... Hold on a second. Someone's coming this way. Huh? Excuse me, could I interrupt for just a moment? Oh my god, it's her. From the prologue. Who might you be? Would you buy this empty can of juice I just finished drinking for 10,000 yen? Oh yes, of course. Let me just buy an empty can for 10,000 yen. That's... Yep. What a line to start with. I'll even throw in these bones from some fried chicken. You can't beat a deal like this. I don't really want them. Don't say that. Come on, they're delicious. Actually, I thought I might just have a picnic right here. Won't you join me? Sorry, I don't understand. What should we do? Well, it's not like we need this exact spot and we can't do anything with other people around, so let's just move somewhere else. Sorry, we're in the middle of something, so we'll just be on our way. Oh. No, Mio! No! No! I knew it. It hurts. It's a curse. No. Oh, 7. Oh, 7. Okay. Can we stop that? And if so, how? You have my heartfelt thanks for all your hard work thus far. This brings the story of the 7 Mystery of Honjo to a close. And who could have foreseen such a conclusion? Unfortunately, it seems the so-called mastermind was one step ahead of you. She remains hidden, leaving behind no evidence. Perhaps there's truly no way to stop her. However, should you find that this conclusion is not to your liking, by all means, please pursue a different path. You have done it once before, so I'm sure you already know how. With that, I shall be taking my leave. I have been your humble storyteller. Good night. I guess this here. That's the only one. But yeah, so Shogo Kie was the first we had in the prologue, right? And his friend is this girl who we just saw, right? She died in this sequence of events, but we changed it so that she went home and he died instead. But yeah, so what do we do in this one though? Let's start from the conversation with Liame, I think. Curse bearer. I wonder. Oh, right. Sorry, I need to... Let's try this again. I should have looked at the question again. Because last time... Because killing people is bad, you know, don't you think so too? Right, I think so. You're right, it's wrong to kill people for the sake of resurrection. It's not even 1 for 1, so it's hardly a fair exchange. Either way, that's why I wanted to only use soul drugs gathered by others, but it didn't work out in the end. No one had the backbone to use their curse, blah blah blah. Namigaka had a curse stone too. How do you know that? Are you stalking me? To introduce myself. She stops him from doing that. I'm just gonna save here. And such a was. I don't think there's any options here that change stuff until she's like, I'm gonna activate my curse. She activated her curse. The curse stones can be used already. I let my guard down. I didn't think it could be used this early in the evening. Please calm down. Okay. How can I change this? What's your family like? Instead of talking about that, you have a curse stone too. You're a curse bearer, aren't you? Oh, so if we say no, she dies, right? Because she's trying to hide something. There we go. Yep. Did you fulfill the conditions? She sure did. Okay, it's time for a beatdown. Why did you try to hide it now of all times? Yeah. Feels bad, man. Oh, stop. Too bad, she's already dead. This is horrific. I'll be taking her curse stone. Oh. Huh. All the haunting clappers needed was a source of fire. That was a close one. Now then. What will you do, Mr. Investigator? You're not a curse bearer, so I didn't have any reason to kill you. But I won't show you mercy if you're going to try and capture me. I don't know how a curse works. It's too risky to make a move. Your employer's already dead anyway, so there's no reason for you to go out of your way to arrest me, right? But still do my duty as a citizen and report you, you know. What a surprise. This is when you decide to suddenly choose the side of righteousness. He was after the same thing, you know. There's no clean hands when it comes to soul drags. It looks like you don't have anything to say about that. I'll be taking my leave. Bye-bye. Well. 07. Upon killing Haruo Shigima, a fellow curse-bearer, Ayame Tono obtained more than enough soul dregs for the rite of resurrection. However, it turned out that resurrecting someone who died a long time ago required an even larger amount. To fulfill her heart's deepest desires, she'd need to harvest more. So, she waited for the sun to set for when the Feast of Shadows effects were at its peak. And she used the one-sided reed curse stone she had stolen from Fumichika Nejima. With it, she proceeded to kill all those whose personal information she knew, starting with those who mattered least to her. About the one-sided reed? Yeah, okay, I know that much. Many of them were random men, gullible and disposable, drawn in by the allure of a female university student. One noteworthy victim among them was Tetsuo Tsutsumi, who, being a curse-bearer himself, was promptly targeted. Yeah. Through the investigation efforts into disarray, allowing Ayame to evade capture. She acquired various address registers and phone books and systematically killed the people listed in them. Unsuspecting victims could be safe at home, only to suddenly have their limbs severed. God. The strange death shook society to its core. Just anyone and everyone, just for this one person that she wanted to resurrect. This random artist that she's like, I like this guy. And she's just murdering randomly. In time, the killing stopped. Sometime after the killings, a modern-day genius female ukiyo artist burst onto the art scene. She introduced herself as the mysterious mad paintress, and her fame grew quickly as she presented one incredible work after another. Raised as the modern reincarnation of Katsushika Hokusai, she quickly made her own mark on history. Wait, so she resurrected the guy to steal his art? Or what? Like, did she... Wait, how do I change things? I don't actually know how to change things. How do... What? Because there's nothing left here. Is that really the end? Surely not. But how do I... I don't know. What am I missing? I'm actually gonna look a little bit up. Not a lot, just gonna see if I'm missing anything. Okay, I know. Oh, okay. That makes sense, actually. We know that Shogo Ikie, right, is very powerful spiritually. And I know that at the time, this is because it was a week ago, I had to look up a little bit. So in the park here, right here, we go here, right? It's 1 AM. It's literally just started. So nothing has really happened yet. I'm good you're awake. Are you okay? You were so rattled and confused, I thought you'd really lost it. You feel dizzy, have a headache, blah blah blah. Ended up like that because of your humors? Yeah, I've heard that at this age, your humors being even a little bit off can be fatal. I'm glad you're back to normal now. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause you so much trouble. I really don't remember what happened. Sounds like what happened to me. Maybe this place is dangerous somehow. Are you backing out? Yeah, it just doesn't feel safe to me and I'm worried about you. Let's call off today's investigation. I even pay for your cab. So we tell her to go away, right? She goes into a cab. Wait, is that it? Is it part 2? It might be part 2 then. Something's happening to Yoko. Is that right? She's staring, looking at something. Nothing there. Is this the one? Shit, I know that the beckoning light appears at some point. Is it just part 1? Where I have to go? Oh no, wait, it is part 3. Wait, it was part 3. It was part 3. I just started it in a... Wait, no. Oh, you need to talk to one on... Choose... Okay, right, I'm choosing the wrong one. It's because it's this one, it's not the other one. Start from... Talking to Takumi. Okay. So, there's the light. Looks like a light, right? So that's the important part. I knew that there was a moment that he sees this. So if you remember what we were told. What we were told was, where does it say here? Ian scroll. This. My soul, my body, my spirit. The curse echo is that light, right? So that's there. Living continuation of my bloodline is Okie. My spirit, Okie. Right? He fulfills all the conditions. All he needs is to touch this. And it comes closer, right? When you look away. Coming closer. Touch it. So I got this option before, but it didn't really do anything. Am I supposed to touch it? Or at least there was an option, but I couldn't do it, I don't think. Touch. There we go. Now we have the cleansing. Body, soul, and mind of Seiman Tsuchimikado have all been brought together. The rite of cleansing is activated, dispelling all rituals and curses that have previously been performed. So all of the bad things that happened after this don't happen. Oh, storyteller, you're back. My. Finally you've arrived at this juncture. I expected no less from you. That would mean that you have managed to bring everything to light. Though there is the possibility that you have wound up here by chance. So before I take you any further, I must ask you a number of questions. About what exactly the soul, body and mind of Seimon Tsuchimikado are. Firstly, which curse echo represents the soul of Tsuchimikado? That's the Reckoning Light. Yes, that's exactly it. After his defeat at the hands of Ashino in the Honjo incident, Seimon wandered around near Honji. The form of his curse echo changed over time with the legend he left behind. This is the curse echo which was acquired by Mayu Chuzawa. But when called forth by Seimon's body and mind, it appeared momentarily before him. Let us continue. Who served as the self of Seimon Tsuchimikado? Okay. Correct again. Although Shogo Okie was born to an ordinary family, the blood of a distant relative ran thick in his veins. In truth, the same is true for Yoko Fukunaga. She was also one who had the blood of a distant relative coursing through her. In her case, it was Ashino. Okay, that's why she was so obsessed. Seimon and Ashino fated to meet again all these hundreds of years later. Now for my final question. Who is the mind of Seimon Tsuchimikado? Tell me the name of the person whose consciousness was directly tied to his. Is it still okay? I want to save for this because I'm not sure. Let me see, you believe it to be okay. I'm afraid it's not. Please answer me once more. Who's the mind? I mean, it's me. No? You believe it to be yourself? Yes. Are you certain? Yes, you're correct. Finally, you've remembered. It's me. I mean, I did think it was us, but I wanted to test if Okie would work. Because we were possessing Okie at the time, but I guess we are not Okie, right? So the game starts as well, by the way, that you can put in a name, right? And then the storyteller is like, oh, so your name is, and then Steam name. Because I put in Marley, as I always do, right? And then he's like, oh, your name is Medality. I'm like, I know your tricks. I know your tricks. You can't just do me like this. But then they let you choose between the name you actually put in or the name you have on Steam. They're like, oh, I can call you that if you want, but... Simon's consciousness, awoken by the curses and the rite of resurrection. However, having lost your memories, you forgot about the duty assigned to you. This is, if I may say so, where I played my part, guiding you through the events of this story. As your consciousness was all that was left of you, you manipulated time and space by way of the story chart, jumping from vessel to vessel, and manipulated your host's actions by whispering commands into their ears. In doing so, you were able to get the full picture of what needed to be done. But at one point, while still unconscious, you managed to remember your duty. The so-called mastermind behind these events, the one who awakened the rite and the curses, was Yoko Fukunaga, descendant of Ashino herself. You unconsciously activated your curse and killed her. How interesting that she awakened Simon's consciousness at the same time as the curses. Because she was hiding some... Right. She was hiding something from him. And he just subconsciously murdered her, basically. Interesting. Or not hiding, sorry. Not the hiding thing. It was that she had the curse of the drowning, right? And when he turned his back, right? When you turn your back, so instead of her using her curse because he turned his back, you turned your back and used her curse on herself. Which is pretty interesting, to be honest. But you didn't have a say in that, you just subconsciously did that. That was the one and only time she could have been stopped. But due to your influence on Shogo Kie's will, Yoko Fukunaga was brought back to life. Using the story chart to undo her death, I led you to believe that it was the work of the Rite of Resurrection itself. But as it turns out, seeing what would transpire if the mastermind was not killed at the outset is what ultimately revealed the way to put an end to the curses for good. There were certain things which would have answered all your questions, had you noticed them. For example, even while under your control, Shogo Kie willingly used this curse. When I asked you early on how many Shogo Kie had killed, this is what I meant. Had you not used the curse, Shogo Kie would have done so of his own accord. Furthermore, Mayu Chizawa was able to recall information which only you knew. She was able to do this because she was connected to you through her curse echo, the beckoning light. Yeah. Her ancestor Shino attempted to steal the Rite of Resurrection. Born with exceptional spirit sense, Yoko learned about her own ancestry while researching her roots and was disappointed to find her bloodline had fallen into mediocrity. She became consumed with the ambition to restore her family's lost glory through her own powers, and devised a scheme to succeed where Ashino had failed. Yoko continued her training, developing her spiritual and curse power until she discovered the Record of Fates. She plotted to use the curses of the 7 mysteries of Honjo to gather a large number of soul dregs by calling forth curse echoes and setting the stage for mutual slaughter. The ultimate plan involved invoking a large-scale feast of shadows, awakening the curses, performing the rite herself, and bringing together enough soul dregs to revive Ashino. Since the effects of the curses increase the more people know and fear them, she first entrusted the Record of Fates to Araishi. Yeah, so it was her who did everything. So literally the first person you meet is the bad person. Maybe I should have thought of that, really. The first person in the prologue that you talk to is the mastermind behind literally everything. Now, allow me to ask you one last question. If you, knowing all that you now know, had the ability to resurrect one life, what would you do? I'd use it even if I had to sacrifice myself. I'd use it even if I had to sacrifice someone. I'd use it if it came at no cost. I wouldn't want it, let someone else have it. I wouldn't want it, I would destroy it. So I would say I would destroy it. Or if it came at no cost. But even that, if it came at no cost, sounds like a lot of the time resurrecting someone isn't gonna be the right thing, right? It's like I don't know, they wouldn't be the same, or like there would be so many things that could go wrong with resurrecting someone. Like I think it would be better to just not have that power, you know? As to not be tempted to just constantly be like, oh, well, death is fine because we can just be resurrected, right? If it came at no cost, it's just like, well, death has no purpose anymore. So I will destroy it. I see, I see. If it came at no cost, it meant everyone will be fighting for monopolizing that power. It would be bloody anyway. Yeah, exactly. There's like a lot of things. Like either it would mean death is meaningless because everyone can just use this right to bring people back, or people fight over it all the time and it causes more deaths than it actually saves. That was Simon's original intention. I apologize for leaving it out of the options when I first asked you this question. Now it's time to bring things to a close. Upon your arrival here, the rite of cleansing was activated, dispelling all other rituals and curses. Look upon the fruit of your efforts, and then we shall leave this world behind for good. Thank you truly for all the work you have done. Okay, let's watch what happened, I guess. We did it. We did the thing. No. Oh, that's what happened? I can't believe it. I finally understand. I was the one who did that to Yoko. The blood of the Onmyoji that's inside me broke into my consciousness and gave me that curse. Yoko was after the rite of resurrection. She was the one who awakened the curses of the 7 mysteries and cast the Feast of Shadows. And the only way to stop all of it, was to put a stop to her here. Otherwise, the rite of cleansing might have been negated too. I wonder how much of it was really her doing all those things. Yoko? I guess that explains why I felt like it was fate when this all started, though she didn't seem to notice. I guess things were always destined to end like this from the moment we met. I wish we could have met under different circumstances. No point in thinking that now. God, I need a drink. I'm thinking a Moscow Mule, or 2, or 3. God. Far away? Mom, what is it? Ah. Just a dream. It seems that it was all just a dream. I dreamt that there was such a thing as the rite of resurrection. Just a dream. I'm sorry to say it, but there isn't. Right, of course not. But even if there's no such thing, I promise you that I will get to the bottom of the kidnapping. In fact, I've happened to find a very important lead from over a year ago. Something that's evaded our reach until now, an eyewitness from the scene of the kidnapping. I see. Satsumi? Is this the best timeline? I hope so. I mean, she's still dead, but... Whoa, what the hell is this? The medical unit told me to get down here. What happened? As I was looking into Yoshimi's death at the former Yasuda Gardens, another body was discovered at a different park in the area. Could they be related? It sure looks like it, but... Excuse me, if you found this among the victim's belongings, thought you'd want to know. What's this? What the hell? Boss, look what was in the female victim's address book. Yoshimi's phone number and photo. What? And the picture. There's an X drawn on it, and a bunch of weird symbols and a hole where his heart would be. No. You think, I mean, could this be some kind of curse or something? How many times do I have to tell you not to try to connect everything to the occult? Damn it. Is this a Nakagoshi case after all? What was that, boss? Ah, don't worry about it. Make sure you put that photo into evidence. There's no doubt this is related to Yoshimi. Make sure you do a thorough sweep of the area. I'm gonna make a phone call. Got it. Leave it to me. Spend as long as you want on the phone. Okay, Yako. He's probably doing the same thing with the spirit, right? They don't get interrupted this time. Yako, it turns out Michio really did die in an accident. Yeah, if we ask around, we might be able to get a little more information. I guess there never really was such a thing as the Rite of Resurrection. But I did feel like there was a spirit watching over us. Does that mean the serial killer is still around? For now, yes. But we're going through a bunch of stuff, so I don't know what happens. But he doesn't have the power to mass murder a bunch of people just by finding information about them, so that's good. Damn it, why? Nothing's happening. But now my contract won't be... No. I should never have believed in this blasted record of fates. His belief shattered immediately. To all of you watching from far, far away, the Rite of Resurrection has never existed, not in any world, not in any time. So I ask you to take the life you hold and move boldly forward one step at a time. Oh, there's EY. So he didn't die this time. EY's out. Wanna ask him something? Oh, Ario, want to get enough evidence for a search warrant. Let him go for now. That's the kidnapper? Okay. Yes, I'm the one who did it. So please, help me. She's always following me. Okay. I'm so sorry, Michio. I had no idea. What? Hajime was killed by this Yoko Fukunaga? How can that be? He wasn't the kind of guy who could just be picked off like that. You know that. Yeah, and boss, he's hiding something. There seems to be some kind of secret hidden in Hajime's family tree. Let me see if I can find out what it is. I'd heard you would be absent today. Is there something you need? Oh, there he is. Well, I seem to have the spirit sense thing all of a sudden. I know it's the sort of thing our chairwoman doesn't approve of, so I thought I'd mention it. You could have called. Didn't think you were the standoffish type. I had to find out from a why. Oops, sorry, I forgot about my favorite chief inspector. There he is. The hell are you planning? Nothing so heinous as you're thinking. I'm only Makoto Ashimiya after all, nothing but a lonely janitor. How are things with you? Getting along with your daughter? Well, you know, more or less. Interesting. So they did talk. I guess without the means to just murder people indiscriminately, and the Rite of Resurrection being out of reach, he might just be like, you know what, fine. I don't need to kill people, right? I guess everyone lives, but I don't know, is it the best ending? I'm not sure. I guess less people dead is good. Definitely. But there's still a lot of things left unsaid, right? Like the detective and his daughter never gonna be as close anymore, I guess. Or maybe. I mean, there's a chance, right? There's a chance. I do love this game though. It's really good. Like how everything flows together. Like I don't even know how you think of this stuff, that it's just all connected, everything. And that from the start you can kind of start figuring things out and be like, wait a minute. There's some questions that they ask that I'm like, wait, how should I know that? And then you think it through and you're like, oh wait, that makes sense. Like it could only be this. It's really cool. It wasn't too, like, spooky or anything. There's some sections, right, where there's, like, jump scares or it's, like, tense and there's, like, murder happening, but it's not, like... what's it called? It's not, like, super horror-esque, right? It's not that cheap stuff, where it's, like... oh, jump scare here, jump scare there. It's actually intrigue and mystery, and the creepy stuff in between is part of the whole atmosphere, which is really well done. The music, the animation, the story. I really like this game. Pretty lengthy too. You still bear the haunting clappers? Oh no, Lumen. Not the clappers. You can still hear the clapping all the time. We did it. We did the thing. Well, I guess that's it. So did I... what did I not do in achievement-wise? Can I look at my achievements? I'm missing 9. How am I missing so many? Play the game in the middle of the night. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Because I don't stream in the middle of the night. What other stuff? Mockingbirds. You witnessed the death of Shogo Ukie. Oh, right. That's if I mess up, right? I guess the hidden achievements are only if I mess up, or the birds. Oh, and there's collect all files. Wait, what file was I missing then? How did I not have all the files? Can I see what file I'm missing? Thank you for playing our game all the way to the very end. $41. What is 41? The heck? What is 41? Oops. It's question marks. I mean, yes. Okay, well, I'm not one to go 100% on this, but maybe I'll try to figure out what that is, because I'm curious now. Paranormasight files. "41 is juvenile delinquency." Oh, okay. So that's probably talking with oh no, wait, it's not talking. Wait. When the detectives are at the school, examine the back right building behind the gates. Oh, it's literally a specific thing, okay. Okay. Somehow I missed that. I don't know how, because I liked to inspect everything, but I guess I missed one thing that it could inspect. It happens. I also forgot some of the birds, which is more of a crime, I know. But let's see, who can I send you over to? Because, I mean, we're done. It's over. I might as well end stream, right? There's not much else I can do. I can start another game, but it might be nice to have like an early end. Though I can also talk about what to play next. People have suggestions or something. I wouldn't play it right now, but for next weekend. Does anyone have any game ideas? Any amazing thing that they want me to play? I can always think of something. What else do I have? So many different games. I was thinking of getting what's it called? The Super Mario RPG remake, which could be fun. Maybe I should really add a like game suggestions thing to my Discord, so that people can actually be like, oh yeah, please play this game at some point. So I can add it to my list. Where is it? Let me see. There was also, what did I get? Oh yeah, I wanted to maybe get Shovel Knight, which I've never played, because it's on sale right now in the Switch store. That could be fun. Would be a decent game to get into. Princess Peach's Showtime, I want to do at some point, but that's not out yet, right? Is it? No, that's the 22nd of March. Okay. And I want to get Super Mario RPG as well. So I could get those two with one of those vouchers that you have for the Switch. That could be good. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I could do. Always more games. Shovel Knight seems good. Captain Toad. Yeah, I don't know. I can keep talking about different games that I could be playing or that could start playing at some point, but I don't think it's gonna amount to much because I'll just change my mind every time. I'll be like, oh, I want to play this, and then when it actually comes to it, I'll be like, oh, do I want to play that? Maybe I'll play this instead. But it happens, you know. Anyway, I'll just keep. I would keep rambling about games and stuff, but considering I'm not actually getting any suggestions from chat, I might as well just go send you over somewhere else and think about it myself. Um, let's go say hi to Stitch, I think. I haven't seen him in a while. He's playing I Am Bread. Which should be fun. It's a game where you are bread. I'm pretty sure. Which, I know, crazy. That a game like that exists. But it seems very fun. I have thought about playing games like that myself, but I've never actually played it. Anyway, Stitch is great, so go say hi. Maybe give him a follow if you're so inclined. I will be heading off. It is Sunday, so we'll get some pizza later, which should be great. And yeah, I don't have much else to say really, besides thank you for being around. I hope you enjoyed the game and just hanging out here. And yeah, stay cozy, stay safe, stay hydrated. Get some pizza maybe, if you can. Because it is Pizza Sunday. Um, and yeah, other than that, have a good one. I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Bye bye.